Okay, welcome everyone. This is the regular board meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. Obviously, this meeting is being taken place virtually, and so I will read the notice. This notice is in reference to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board certification pursuant to gubernatorial proclamation JBE 2020-30 regarding board member participation by telephone or video conference as it relates to school board meetings. Please be advised that due to the public health emergency caused by the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, and the stay-at-home orders issued by President Trump and Governor Edwards, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, duration this emergency, conduct board meetings and committee meetings electronically via telephone and/or video conference. The regular meeting scheduled July 16, 2020 at 5 p.m. will be streamed live via Microsoft Teams events. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website, ebrschools.org/about. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting, as well as before each action is taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make public comment about any of the proposed posted action items will need to click on this agenda item on board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. And I will add at this point, upon closing of the comments, the board president will read into the record the public comments that have submitted. And I will add that anonymous comments will not be allowed. You must state your full name within in the comment. So with that, we will have the call to order and the invocation. The invocation will be done by Vice President Tremel Howard and the Pledge of Allegiance led by School Board Member Mark Ballou. So, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Gode. If you can please bow your heads as we go before the Lord in prayer. Father God, I just thank you right now for this moment and this opportunity to meet before you and meet before with my colleagues as we make decisions related to our students and related to our families. Father God, we know that we find ourselves in the middle of a pandemic, both a dual pandemic in our society, Father God. We ask for your guidance and your strength as we persevere through this moment and as we always do what's best for students and families as we make decisions on today. Thank you for safe travels for those who've had to travel near and far. We just give you all the glory, honor, and praise for this day. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Ballou.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you now please conduct the roll call?
District 7, President Gode.
Here.
District 3, Vice President Howard.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Collins.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Ware Jackson? Did we lose her?
No.
No,
Her phone, her microphone.
she's on
Okay.
mute. She's here.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
District 9, Mr. Tapman.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum. First item on the agenda is item C1, the meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the June 18, 2020 regular board meeting, July 1st, 2020, and July 9th, 2020 special board meetings, and the July 9th, 2020 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official register.
So moved.
Mr. Tapman moves on the minutes. Do I have a second? Secondly by Mr. Howard. Are there any comments from the board regarding the minutes? Seeing none, there are comments on the comment line, but they seem to be misplaced on different items. So I will hold these comments till the items come up. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Mr. Blue? Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Dyson?
Since I was unable to attend the cow, I'm not voting.
You can, okay. Do you want to abstain? You can click abstain. Mr. Gode?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we move on to item D1, the monthly financial report, which is for information only. Are there any comments or questions around the monthly financials? Seeing none, we will move on to item D2, the personnel changes, which is again for information only. Pulling them up. Are there any questions or comments from board members surrounding the personnel report? Seeing none, we will move on to the item E1, the update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. We'll keep it real simple here tonight, but we do have some great news coming out of Glasgow Middle. As I mentioned last week in the Committee of the Whole, Natalie Roy was a semifinalist for the Louisiana Teacher of the Year. She has been named a finalist this week, so great news for Glasgow, for Natalie Roy, and for East Baton Rouge Parish. So Natalie Roy is a finalist for the Louisiana Teacher of the Year. Good stuff there. And I'd like to take a point of privilege here. This is my last board meeting in 5 years. I haven't missed a board meeting in 5 years. I'm proud of that. And I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with all of you and the community. We have a great community. We have a good board. We have an awesome staff. I want to say there's just a couple of things I want to say about some of our achievements. In the past 5 years, we have passed 2 10-year taxes, one a 1-cent sales tax, one a 10-year property tax, overwhelmingly in the upper 60s. So I think we have broad support from the community, and I think that was evident from that. We've also, over the past several years, in the last 4 out of 5 years, we've grown academically. The only year we did not grow academically was the year of the flood, and I think everybody knows why that happened. But in the last 2 years, we've been in the top 10 in growth in the state, and I'm very proud of that. We have a super good team. I know our new superintendent coming in, Leslie Brown, has told me several times as she's worked with our staff how good they are and how much she's excited to get here and work with them. I also want to say that we've balanced the budget. This will be 2 consecutive years that we've balanced the budget, and that hasn't been done for a while now. At the same time, we've purchased over 40,000 computers. We are now a true one-to-one district. We recently purchased pre-K through 2 computers, and so now every student in our district has computers. So I'm really, really proud of that. I think we've rebranded our system, and I want to really give a special shout out to our staff. Our cabinet and our staff has been phenomenal, just really, really great. And I want to thank our principals and all of our teachers and everyone in our system. It's been a pleasure and it's been an honor to be the superintendent for the last 5 years. So I just wanted to take a personal privilege moment. Thank you.
Does that conclude your report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent Drake. At this time, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and introduce an item to the agenda. Madam Secretary, would you please take a roll call on suspension of the rules?
Mr. Goday, you need a motion and a second. Ask for any motion.
Okay, so a motion by Ms. Dyson and a second by Mr. Lannis.
And you
Okay,
need,
y'all just give me a second because I need to move it into, I need to add the item into board docs.
you'll also need to allow for public comment from the board if necessary and from the public.
So that is been moved to suspend the rules to allow the introduction of a resolution. Is there any comment from the board? Hearing and seeing none, I will go to the website and there is no comments there. Back to the board. Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, as soon as you're prepared, we can take a vote.
Who made, I'm sorry, I didn't get the maker in the second.
Ms.
You're the
Dyson,
maker?
the motion, Ms. Dyson made the motion to suspend the rules, and Mr. Lannis made the second of that motion.
Okay, I'm ready now. Please vote. Y'all gonna need to refresh your board docs though, I think, for y'all to be able to see the item to vote.
Okay. It comes up, okay.
Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis,
Yay.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins,
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Goday,
Yes,
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
thank you. So with that, I would like to introduce the following resolution. And we can take a second at the end. This is the resolution. East Baton Rouge Parish School Board celebration of the exemplary service to the public education by Warren Drake. Whereas, as school board members, we're committed to supporting exemplary leadership through the hiring and employing of extraordinary superintendents and district leaders. And I would ask that the Mr. Drake's video be put on the screen if he's still live. Whereas we recognize the debt of gratitude owed to Superintendent Warren Drake for over 40 years of service in public education, and especially within the East Baton Rouge Parish School System, through roles as parent, teacher, teacher leader, assistant principal, principal, and superintendent of schools. Whereas we celebrate the upcoming retirement of Superintendent Warren Drake on July 31, 2020. Whereas, as a community during his tenure, we have witnessed academic growth and programmatic improvements while demonstrating resiliency in the midst of historic floods, a global pandemic, and community struggles. Whereas our community and future require well-equipped leaders who are not only maintain essential operations, but also create and demand effective structures to ensure all children and families are able to thrive. Therefore, be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board that members of the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School Board and staff express gratitude to Superintendent Warren Drake for his numerous contributions to improving the overall quality of the school system. Let it be further resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the stakeholders it represents appreciates the following lessons learned during Superintendent Drake's tenure. 1, if you're not 5 minutes early, you are late. 2, everyone is a teacher and has a role to play in a child's academic success. 3, in all that you do, remember it's about the people, not the programs. 3, success comes through academics, arts, athletics, and character. 5, attention to detail is the utmost importance. 6, when problem solving, consider boiling down the gumbo. 7, if you think you're leading, turn around. If no one is following, you are just out for a walk. 8, everyone, everyone has a story to tell. If you do not tell your own story, someone else will tell their version. 9, history teaches the greatest lessons through its stories. 10, Homer, Louisiana is indeed the center of the universe. Let it be further resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School Board celebrates the career of Warren Drake and applauds him for creating one team with one mission critical to building the future of Baton Rouge. Let it be further resolved that the East Baton Rouge Public School Board, on behalf of its stakeholders, wishes Superintendent Warren Drake continued success in all endeavors and expresses its hope for continued health, safety, and lifelong learning. Let it be further resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School Board presents a copy of this resolution to Superintendent Warren Drake as a token of this respect and appreciation, adopted the 16th day of July 2020, and to be signed by all board members and presented framed to Mr. Drake. Do I have a second? Ms. Dyson seconds. If any board members would like to add discussion to this, please do so. Seeing none at the moment, we will go.
Request.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was looking for, never mind. Go on, I'll be back.
Okay. So there are no public comments on this item. And so we will go back to the board. Yes.
Mr. Tapman has a comment.
We will have something immediately following this. Mr. Tapman.
Thank you, President Goday. I just wanted to express my incredibly deep appreciation for Warren. I didn't know Warren to my detriment before he became our superintendent. I remember and I'm sure Warren remembers the first time we met. And the one thing I know about Warren is he operated with a sense of integrity and honor in everything that he did. He was, I can never remember walking into any setting, whether it was a community meeting in any part of the district, North Baton Rouge, South Baton Rouge, no matter where we went, people would come up to Warren and he was treated much like a rock star. Someone in the crowd he was their teacher or their coach or their principal, and he was just so well received in everything that we did in our district. And he certainly made my job easier as a school board member. And I had the honor and privilege of serving 2 terms as president with Warren. And I just want to say thank you, Warren, for not only the work that you did with us in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System, but your lifelong commitment to education. A lot of people talk about education. A lot of people, can come up with little sayings or little sound bites, but no one has lived education in my world more than you have. I've never met anyone who lived it every day of his life. And it is my honor to have worked with you. I think our board was brilliant when we hired you 5 years ago. Doesn't seem like that long. And I from the bottom of my heart, from my family's heart, from the members of District 9, from my constituency, thank you, thank you, thank you, Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Tappan.
Thank you. At this point, before we
Collins has it. I'm sorry.
Ms. Collins, go ahead.
So I'll keep my comments brief because there's a little something coming where more of my thoughts and appreciation and love shall be shared for you, Mr. Drake. But I just want to say that I've come to know you and your family, and my life is a little bit better for it. And yes, sometimes we bumped heads a great deal. We both knew and understood, and know and understand rather, that we really want the best for these children, and we fight hard for these children. And so I'll miss you.
Thank you.
Ms. Collins.
At this, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't find the request to speak just now, but I wanted to make a comment about Mr. Drake. It's been a pleasure. Sometimes we've had ups and downs, but we've had a good steady ride. And I was proud as board president in 2017 to extend the contract for a little bit longer so we could keep it just a hair longer. And but the one thing that I particularly appreciate and that I was able to do was that one team, one mission slogan really stuck with me, and I really wanted to really push that when I was board president. So I made it a point that every time before we ended the meeting, as I dropped the gavel, I would always say one team, one mission before we were adjourned. And so I appreciate the time that you spent with us and everything that you imparted into the district, and wish you well. You're still a young man, so you're gonna have a good time in your retirement. So God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ware Jackson.
At this time, could the staff please? All right, I'm getting an echo, sorry. At this time, could the staff please set up their presentation, the video? So, Mr. Drake, this is some comments from many of us that was put together. As soon as it comes up. The first time I met Mr. Drake,
was right after I was appointed to the school board, and he had been on the school board for a period of time. And it was also at the time when the parish was just starting to recover from the great flood of 2016. The thing I remember the most about him was his calm in the face of a disaster that impacted thousands and thousands of people, and how graciously he handled that, and was just a calming factor on everyone. When everyone around was losing their heads, he was calm and quiet and got things done.
I had the distinct honor to be president when Warren Drake came aboard as our superintendent. One thing you always knew about Warren is that he was going to operate with an incredibly high degree of integrity, with the utmost honesty.
He has a very warm, jovial spirit. And he's someone that trusts everyone because he operates in a way that's trustworthy himself.
I think that with Warren, he helped build the brand of one team, one mission, and I think he did that very well. And I think that that has been something that our employees have felt and appreciated.
When my story began with Superintendent Drake, and it began at Glen Oaks High School back in the flood of 2016. That was a pretty big fight that we had at that time. What's bigger than that is, even though he understood all of the hostility of going inside of that building that day, he still came out to that community and he spoke to us. And not only did he do that, but he held up to his end of the bargain by saying that I'm going to make sure that we make this school the next state-of-the-art school in North Baton Rouge. And he has done that, and I just wanted to tell him thank you from the bottom of my heart. That means a lot to me.
I would describe him as funny. I think people don't understand how funny Mr. Drake really is, like outside of board meetings. So funny, wise, and a listener.
Things haven't been easy for Mr. Drake. He's had to go through quite a few challenges, not only the flood of 2016, but the COVID pandemic more recently, and he's always approached it the same way he's approached everything else. Just a great deal of enthusiasm and respect for other people, and just professionalism and lots of wisdom.
Warren spent his whole life in education. Started off as a school teacher, was later a coach, became a principal, was a superintendent at a newly formed school district.
So Mr. Drake is very calm, and he has been super calm. And sometimes for me, it's been too calm, because no matter what the issue is, no matter what we're discussing, where like sometimes folks are like extremely passionate and just like really robust conversation, he always has the same tone. And it just really shows you that like it's a political environment, and education is a very complex situation where people have very different opinions about how things should happen. But he was able to always keep that calmness at every meeting, no matter what was going on.
The willingness he has to serve every part of EBR community. So he didn't just focus on one side of town, he focused on both sides of town. And that I appreciate.
He's really leaving us in a great place where we have the foundation to build upon, and a foundation of gains that he made during his tenure.
Warren is an irreplaceable asset to East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, and I will miss him.
Superintendent Drake, I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, man, I appreciate everything that you have done for our district over the course of the last 5 years. However we have gotten there, I want you to know we got there, and it's because of you and your vision. So thank you. Enjoy your retirement. We're going to miss you.
Wow, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I love it. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed working with every one of you. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Well, it's been our honor and pleasure also, and I just hope that before we take this vote, I hope that you're much better in retirement than I am, that you succeed in it better than I have. And I just regret now I'm going to be the oldest person in the meeting, so that's going to leave it with me. But any other comments from the board members? Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Drake. So without that, Madam Secretary, may we vote on approving the resolution?
Yes, sir. Everybody needs to refresh their screens again. Sorry. Please vote. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis,
Yes.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins,
Hey,
Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Gode,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, I believe the staff has something they would like to also present.
Yes, good afternoon, board members, Mr. Drake. It is
Grant.
truly my privilege to speak on behalf of the district staff as a collective team. We want to sincerely thank Mr. Drake for his leadership and dedication to this district, and not just to this district, but over the course of his life to family, to students, and to employees across the state. His vision has served as a North Star to us this past 5 years, guiding our school district to its higher purpose. As I sat and thought about what Mr. Drake means, I'm speaking on behalf of the staff, Mr. Drake, but also my personal feelings, and I want you to know that. I thought about you and your leadership style and some of the things you personally brought to the table and what they mean to me. And I have 3 quotes I want to read to you, and I think that these exemplify you and who you are and what you've done for the people of this district, employees, families, and especially the children. The first quote is from Eleanor Roosevelt, and it reads, "To handle yourself, use your head. To handle others, use your heart." The second quote comes from Jim Rohn. "The challenge of leadership is to be strong but not rude, be kind but not weak, be bold but not a bully, be thoughtful but not lazy, be humble but not timid, be proud but not arrogant, have humor but without folly." And the final quote comes from Maya Angelou, and this is one of my favorites. "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." I will say this, I don't know that I will be sitting in this chair without your leadership and guidance, and most importantly, your faith in giving me an opportunity to do what I do. And I know I'm not alone in saying that. I sat in many meetings with you. Every decision I've seen you make has been with one driving belief that you're doing it for what is best for children. I can truly say that from my perspective. And I sit in a lot of meetings across the gamut, you know, with the board, with you, and with the staff. You've set an example for me and for many others like me who look at this job not just as a job, but as a service to the public. And I'm going to read from an award the staff has gotten for you, because I think this is so, and I don't know if you can see this on my little computer screen. This is a Lifetime of Leadership Award presented to you by the staff. This is to Warren Drake, EBR PSS Superintendent, 2015 to 2020. Exemplary servant leadership. And I think the key words here are servant leadership. And I think that's something we should all remember as we kind of move forward with working to serve our communities. And the ability to unite EBR schools through visionary guidance. One team, one mission. Mr. Drake, on behalf of the staff, on behalf of the board and the community, thank you for what you've done for us. We wish you well as you go forward, and we love you.
Thank you, Gwen. I appreciate you and all of our staff and our board. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I didn't realize my mic was off. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for all that you've done, and we all wish you the best success and health as you go forward. We will now move on to item E2, an update from staff. And so I think, is it Mr. Nikes will be doing this?
Yes, and I would like to just say a couple of things.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I forgot.
No, that's all right. Mr. Nikes, while they get the PowerPoint up, this is the work that the staff and Leslie Brown have been doing, and all of us have been doing over the last 2 to 3 weeks to get ready for the return to school. And we all know that this pandemic is creating chaos all over the world, especially in the United States, and especially going back to school, how that looks. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ben to show you where we are on this. But let me say this as we move forward. There's no perfect answer. When we go back to school, we have to have a virtual option. We have to have an in-school option, and that's really what this comes down to. So I'm going to turn it over to Ben to let him discuss the details. Thank you. Ben?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Drake. And if we can go ahead and bring up the presentation, we'll begin. All right. Good evening, President Gode, Vice President Howard, members of the board, Mr. Drake, members of the public. I'm glad to be here tonight to preview for you the EBR reopening blueprint. And this presentation, along with a variety of support resources, will be available in a companion website posted on the EBR Schools website this evening. As I begin the presentation tonight, I think it's important to point out that the detailed document that this presentation summarizes is called the Reopening Blueprint, and that name is significant. You know, as with all blueprints, the document serves as a starting point or framework that is needed to build something. And as with all construction projects, there'll be a need for making changes or adjustments throughout the project to ensure that you have the best final outcome. Also, in addition, even after the building is complete, repairs or improvements will be made moving forward. And so again, that is what this blueprint represents. A very flexible plan that will allow us really to prepare for a variety of future contingencies while at the same time moving forward and preparing for the reopening of school. As with most plans and initiatives, the most important work will take place at the school level. School leaders and teachers will continue to work hard to create school level plans that fit their circumstances. And our team will continue to support and collaborate with schools to ensure that they have everything they need to support students and families moving forward. Today, as we review the plans, today we reviewed the plans with principals and department teams. And in the process, we're setting up small group cohort meetings starting Monday and Tuesday to really dig down and discuss the school level supports and concerns that they'll have moving forward. And we are also so proud of the work done by our teachers and staff and look forward to working with them to make the school year successful in whatever situation we find ourselves in. In addition to tonight's presentation, we'll also be working with all stakeholders continuously and the board as we move forward with this implementation plan. So can we move to the next slide, please? All right. So one thing that we definitely want to thank is all the stakeholders and everyone who provided feedback, guidance, and support on this blueprint. Starting with the members of our stakeholder task force, which was a variety of stakeholders across the entire parish. Also our parents and our teachers and staff who submitted surveys and called and emailed and gave us ideas. To our board members who gave us guidance, to the school administrators and district staff who also helped support and build these plans and committees, and so many other people. And again, the development of this blueprint truly followed that spirit of one team, one mission, which we just talked about, moments ago, really trying to get in everybody's voice and everybody's, commitment to the plan. Next slide, please. The guiding principles that you see here were developed by that reopening task force and our work groups and committees. And it truly captures the benchmarks that we'll use to guide our planning for the 2020 and 2021 school year. Each of these areas really represent a continuum of goals that we will improve upon as we progress through our plan and implementation phases. It will be very important for us to continue to use these principles as the litmus test to really guide our decisions moving forward. Next slide, please. And now to our initial recommendation, and again, we'll go through details of all the phases and all the options as well. But our recommendation at this time, and after receiving input from, again, so many stakeholders through groups, small groups, committees, surveys, school level discussions, and more, we found that parents were almost equally divided on their preferred instruction options. And again, that was several weeks ago, so we know that things have already changed to this point and will continue to change in the future based on what's taking place with the pandemic. But at the time, a third of parents basically all chose either face-to-face, hybrid, or virtual. It was almost evenly split. And as we reviewed all of these options, really planning for a pre-K to 12 hybrid model would allow us the most flexibility for next school year. By building master schedules in this format, we are going to be able to adapt and pivot quickly to a full virtual or phased in face-to-face model, pending national, state, and local guidance. And also in cases, teachers and students in a hybrid format will experience or at least learn from virtual environments each week. And that would provide experience moving forward if we had to pivot back to an all virtual model. An important option also listed here is that all families can also opt into a full virtual program through their current school. So again, we'll go into more details with this, but while we're recommending a hybrid approach where students will attend 2 days a week, and you'll see kind of what that will look like in a schedule, we are also offering parents a choice, and that's what hybrid at least provides us to do, is that choice where if they're not comfortable with coming back to school face-to-face, they can attend a virtual program or virtual learning opportunity through their home school, which is really important. And that's the feedback we received, that they wanted that connection with their home school. The hybrid approach also really allows us to ensure that we have appropriate spacing at all levels and grade bands. You know, while the state guidance allows more students at lower grade levels, the team really wanted to honor the feedback we received from stakeholders and teachers and others that really were concerned about making sure spacing requirements were maintained at all levels. And so again, with this plan, we're able to actually go above the minimum expectations and ensure that all grade levels have 6 foot of spacing between students in the classroom. Also, planning to attend school in a hybrid format really also provides students to have an opportunity to meet teachers in person, and kind of the beginning of that building of relationships that's so important for instruction to be effective. And, you know, while we may have to adjust again based on phase guidance and changes in the future, if we get some initial contact with teachers and school teams, it'll be important as we progress through the school year. The other thing, the hybrid approach allows us for us to, again, provide wraparound supports to many of our students who desperately needed that since March. Next slide, please. As we take a look at the picture here, this illustrates really the different phases that could possibly move in and out of throughout the year. And as we plan for the hybrid model, it really is the best approach that balances multiple learning models. So again, regardless of what phase or model we find the district in next, moving into the year or throughout the year, it is important that everyone understands that no matter what phase we're in or what type of environment we're in, that state laws and policies pertaining to schools are in effect for the 2021 school year. So, if we remember, while most schools nationwide last year had to abruptly close just like us, this led to a variety of policy or law waivers because, again, who could have predicted something like that to happen? Whereas moving into this year, the Department of Education has made clear that all laws and policies are in place. So items such as compulsory attendance and grading and promotion policies will apply to students. So it's important that parents and students and everyone understands that moving forward, this is different than the spring. This is we're in a required learning environment again. Next slide, please. All right, so virtual learning, again, we touched on this. And again, this is, while it's required, this may be the option we move into if we move back into a phase 1 type guidance from the state. We also can allow this option to stretch throughout the school year for parents. So parents who choose to register for a virtual learning program at their home school will have the option to do so. This evening, we'll be posting a link to the virtual learning registration portal for all EBR and also non-EBR students who would like to explore that option. Once families complete the form, school teams will then reach out to the parents as they complete the scheduling process over the next few weeks. And the learning option is flexible, and families will have an opportunity to return back to their schools if they prefer a face-to-face option, or can continue with the virtual option if they choose to, even if a face-to-face option is or model is moved back into. So again, we want to provide families with some flexibilities, and we'll make recommendations on times when they can come back into the schedule based on the best times during the grading periods. But we definitely want to provide families with options on whichever model they choose to go through. All right, next slide, please. Again, we discussed the hybrid approach, so we'll kind of go into a little more detail here, and you'll see this in a couple of slides further when we look at the schedule. The hybrid approach allows students to attend schools really twice a week, and it'll be based on alphabet. So students with the last name A through K would attend on Monday and Tuesday, and with L through Z would attend on Thursday and Friday. And again, schools will work with parents on a request to make sure they match sibling schedules or family schedules for students who may not have the last name or other extenuating circumstances. And we want to be able to offer that to make sure families can better coordinate childcare during the week, and also match those dates so that parents can pick a block of time for students to have childcare instead of staggered days throughout the week. Also, one other thing that this model allows for is that by matching groups on the Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday, also better allows us to case manage issues if there's COVID-19 reporting of cases and isolations and cleaning are needed. So it'll better allow us to kind of keep groups separate throughout that process. All right, next slide, please. This slide details a little bit more of kind of what I've talked over and talks through what phase 1, 2, and 3 look like. We know as we kind of look at phase 2, one important piece of this is that while we go through this process, one of the things that we're going to be focusing on, and you'll see that in the schedule, is that while we're recommending students return back in this phased approach, one thing that we're going to closely watch over the first couple of weeks of school is what would staffing look like, and balance staffing like we normally would after the 10-day count period. Look at school capacities, look at what students have returned, which students have truly opted into virtual. And then at that point, we can begin making decisions that do we allow students more time on campus. We would focus with early childhood first, pre-K to 2, and allow students to return more to campus throughout the entire week. And then we could also look at other grade levels as that data allows us to determine which grade levels could then also phase back in that phase 2 approach. And again, by phase 3, we would continue to look at the data and look at how do we phase students back in at some point if we're able to reach phase 3 as well. All right, next slide, please. This slide is included in the blueprint document and kind of explains to a parent what that day looks like in a visual format. So again, you could see Olivia is a 6th grade student who's following that A schedule. She would go to school face-to-face on Monday and Tuesday and follow what would feel like a normal school schedule, of course with safety protocols in place that we'll cover. On Wednesdays, all students would be in a virtual situation and would learn virtually. And in her case, her days to learn virtually would also be Thursday and Friday. The distance education staff and teams are working to change pacing guides and also provide more class supports so that teachers can not only do the face-to-face lessons, but can record their lessons live or stream them in person as well, so that the students who are on virtual time can actually log into the classroom and participate. There may be some synchronous opportunities as well with Google Classroom where they can collaborate with peers on documents and presentations. And so again, we want that to be able to allow them to continue to connect and the learning to continue throughout the whole week, and it's not broken up throughout the week for groups. Also on Wednesday, that allows for Aramark to do their weekly deep clean. Currently, once a week, they do a deep cleaning, and that would be the day that would take place, especially without having students or staff in the building or some staff in the building. It'll allow for that to take place much better. Our recommendation for this also is that teachers be allowed to, and some staff as well, be allowed to work remotely so that to deal with childcare needs and issues as well for that. The recommendation also allows for teachers and staff to have students actually, their students attend school 4 days a week, again, to try to make sure that we have maximize our staff availability in the schools each day. Next slide, please. All right, our current schedule is that we would go back to school on the 6th. At this point, looking at the schedule, what we would recommend is that on the 6th, student group A through K would attend and use that day as an orientation day, possibly pick up devices or also kind of get oriented into some of the new protocols and things that they'll see on campus. And then on the 7th, the L through Z group would do the same. Following this up on the 10th, you would then have a full school week that looks similar to what the hybrid would look like moving forward, with that, again, virtual day in the middle and a deep cleaning day as well. If you note on the 21st, you'll see updates to hybrid phase. Our goal is to benchmark every 2 weeks moving forward, and that would help us to kind of look at state and local guidance, look at our staffing counts, look at student counts and capacities in buildings, and then make decisions on grade levels that may roll up to attending school more times a week, and if we had capacity to do that throughout the district safely. The next slide, please. This slide basically covers face-to-face instruction. Again, this would be moving more towards what we would look like, in a normal traditional school year. Our focus again will be on pre-K to 2 students, and then again roll up elementary students moving forward as well. Next slide, please. This slide details kind of the Healthy Day blueprint, and we're working with principals and teams right now to really detail out protocols and procedures at the school level so that they can kind of develop that within their own school systems. One of the things that, of course, all staff and students will do is temperature checks upon arrival or when they enter their first hour class or homeroom period. Students will have protocols for moving to classes. There may be one-way hallways and things that will help support that. Each classroom will have hand sanitizer and Purell sanitizing wipes in them that actually are sanitizing wipes, not just cleaning wipes. Again, that's a step further than what the recommended guidance is. So we're going with sanitizing wipes, not just cleaning wipes. And again, students and teachers would be able to use that appropriately. At higher grade levels, students can actually wipe their own desk down and have hand sanitizer available as well as they enter classes, and clean their desk as they exit as well. One important thing is that we wanted to make sure schools were provided everything they needed to start school. This is not something that they need to go look for or go purchase on their own. So again, schools will receive a full COVID-19 supply push package. And so all their initial supplies will come in at the start of the school year. And again, the district plans to make sure that they have all of their supplies as recommended or even more than what's recommended. Examples for this, of course, would be all students and staff will receive 2 masks, cloth masks that can be reused, wipes for every classroom, We'll also be sending in hand sanitizer, plexiglass shield allocations for the office or common areas, face shields and latex gloves for self-contained classes and other specialized areas as needed. And then we're also providing them with a large allotment of signage. So whether it's social distancing signs, hand washing signs, floor spacing circles, or directional arrows, they'll receive a push package with all of that at the end of the month that they'll sign for, and they'll know that they have ready before school starts. All right, next slide, please. One really important piece to the plan follows up with providing supports to our ESS students. Again, one of the things that our instructional team, our distance education team, and HR team and ESS team are working on is making sure students have those connections and have the right supports. The Wednesday virtual days help with some of that as well. Teachers will have time to do small group work. They can also provide students with office hours and more one-on-one supports. And one thing that we're really dedicated to and that will be really important is we want to allow the low incident self-contained classroom students to attend 4 days a week so that we can make sure that they have as much support as possible. Those classrooms are already at a low student teacher ratio and fall within the guidelines. And again, we want to make sure they have all the proper PPE and everything that they'll need to support that work. But we want to make sure those students are supported as much during the week as possible. So moving that to a 4-day-a-week attendance. And next slide, please. And then we come to our final page, or our support page. While this presentation was an overview of the blueprint, we definitely encourage, once the blueprint is posted, to look at that more in depth. It'll be on our front page this evening. Also, you can reach out to us at hotline at EBR schools if you have questions. Of course, we encourage, any school level questions, go to the school first, and they can help you directly. But by all means, the hotline question is there as well if there's other questions or supports that are needed. We know that schools, will be taking this information in and reaching out to parents. So again, we're asking schools to begin communicating with their teachers and their staffs over the next week. And throughout that time as well, reaching out to parents and providing them more school level information moving forward. And so with that said, we'll close the presentation at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Nikkei. I'm gonna get back to the board with the request for speak, but I just want to make this one comment. There are many comments in the comment links coming in related to the start of schools. This is for information only right now, so I'm going to hold all of these comments related to the subject for the item I-1, I believe it is, which is the school calendar. So I will read in the comments, I just won't read them in now. I'm going to hold it to the appropriate time at that. So with that, Mr. Howard, you have the floor.
Mr. Goday, 1 second. The I item is the board meeting calendar that we're having to re-vote on.
Oh, that's the
not
board
the school calendar. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
And the link on that has been fixed.
Okay. I will still read it. I don't know when to read these in because this is information only right now. So I'll read it in with the health benefits then. So Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Thank you, Mr. Nikkei. Thank you to everyone who has worked tirelessly on this plan to figure out school reopening. I just wanted to make a few comments related to what we see here so far. I've shared some of these comments with my colleagues as it relates to school reopening. The first comment that I will make is that I am no expert in pandemic research and pandemic studies and the science of pandemics and how to best make decisions related to pandemics. But I am kind of concerned with the rush for us to start back school on August the 6th as originally scheduled by the plan. I just don't think that where we are with the science of the continuous, like every day, this is a developing pandemic. And so I don't think that August 6th gives us enough time to properly prepare to get our families and students and teachers in a safe environment. So as I asked yesterday, I would request that we start the school year in a 100% virtual platform, and then after Labor Day, revisit our hybrid approach, getting people into these buildings safely. While parents have a 100% option to be virtual throughout this plan, there's nothing that talks or specifically addresses our vulnerable teacher population or our other vulnerable support staff population that has to enter inside of these buildings. So I do believe that we are jumping the gun as it relates to the start date. I support the mixed options that parents have to choose for students, but when we think about our teachers and our families inside of our school buildings, I do not think that starting on August the 6th gives us the best and most safe way to enter inside of our schools. And as you can see over just this day, since the conversation we had on last night, about 10 school districts have already pushed their start back to at least after Labor Day to give more preparation time to make sure that we're putting our people in safe buildings, in safe places, in safe environments. And so while some school districts have made this crazy approach about like, oh, we'll lose 20 teachers and 500 students, any life loss in this moment is too many. And so I would encourage us, 100% encourage us to start the school year off 100% virtually and then revisit this after Labor Day. So I just wanted to uplift that. I know this work is difficult. I know it's hard. And I know that this is just, there is no wins in this situation. It's a lose-lose across the board, if you ask me. But I would just employ that we think about pushing our start date back, because August the 6th is just too soon to make proper precautions to be the most safe things that we can do for our families. So I just wanted to uplift that. Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you. Next on the list is Ms. Collins.
Okay, I share my colleagues' concerns. I am glad to hear in terms of when we do the at whatever time that the hybrid approach is taken, that sibling pairing and coordination is being thought of. So that's good. But I'm not even sure we're clear on what's our trigger, what's EBR district's trigger point for saying August 6th or whatever date, virtual, we're doing hybrid, we're doing face-to-face. Are we saying that we're waiting for the governor to say we in phase 1 right now on August 6th? We in phase 2 on August 6th. We in phase, like what are we holding ourselves to say is, and then what's the technical thing? Is it something that the board has to vote on, or this is something that's strictly guided by the superintendent? I've been getting feedback from both sides, mostly from educators with safety concerns. I personally don't comprehend how my 3-year-old grandson will keep proper social distance in school. I mean, the high school or middle schoolers, the adults aren't doing a good job with social distancing. There's, unfortunately, for whatever reason, even masks have been politicized. I don't know that we can do this safely with the numbers continuing to go up. And while the death numbers haven't begun to spike, the hospital numbers, the case numbers have proportionate to the testing. So you can't just blame it on the testing. The hospital numbers are going up, and it's not going to take too long, unfortunately, for the death numbers to start going back up. I do hear the valid concerns of business owners and people, doctors' offices and whatnot, saying, well, their staff have children that need to be in school so the staff can show up to work. I think right now as a community, everybody needs to understand that there's some give and take, and this might sound odd, outlandish, or different, but we in different times, and those employers that have the capacity to have their work environment be child friendly, that might need to be a consideration, because we all are going to have to trade on this. Y'all, those employers that are worried about their staff coming into work, well, us too. and the numbers of cases are going up, and children are not even congregating in facilities right now to pass the germs around and bring them back home to mom and daddy and grandma, and then grandma and mom and daddy bringing it to work. So it's, as my colleague said earlier, it's like really a lose-lose situation. We could lose and be safe, or we could not be safe and then still lose, because at some point too many people are going to be out of work anyway. I honestly don't know the best approach to take, but St. Landry Parish did make the bold move of being one of the first ones in the state to say that they're going to do 100% virtual. Now, I don't know. I think it's time for us as a community to figure out how to best support each other and think outside the box, instead of just saying it's got to be one way or the other way. What that looks like, I don't know. And perhaps the COVID task force for the school system needs to look more like, yes, we thought through the logistics of how we could do phase 1, 2, and 3 as a school system, but maybe it needs to transition into what are some unique approaches as a community we could take to help each other. And maybe we could figure out some better solutions than an absolute lose on either approach. So that's my thoughts. Also, too, who will be cleaning the buildings on Wednesdays? Is that janitorial staff, or are we expecting teachers to be the ones to do the Wednesday cleanings?
Yes, ma'am. That would be Aramark.
Okay. And as it relates to Aramark, and I've asked this question many times over the years, especially with something like this, what accountability system that we have in place beyond their in-house accountability system? I would like to hear more about that as we move forward. I know you can't answer it. Perhaps you can't answer it at this moment. If you can't, I would like to come back to that. Thank you.
You'd like to make it this time?
Yeah, is in regards to the returning, like how to move through phases? Is that your question, Ms. Collins?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Again, I think that is driven mostly by whatever's happening at the state and local level. So depending on what, we know that phases can not only be statewide, but they can be parish-wide. And so I think, it would be reasonable to think if we're in phase 1 at any point, that would definitely be full virtual. Phase 2, again, there's probably some type of continuum there where we can make some choices that best fit for the district. I think that's where we would have the most flexibility, and that's to determine hybrid or rollback or whatever would be chosen.
So my concern is this: August 6th is for all. August 6th is right around the corner. And so parents and staff need to be able to prepare. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a district to say something beyond we gonna see. Like early on, made a whole lot of sense. We don't know, and we still really don't know. But perhaps as we come into the 11th hour, perhaps that's the point. We don't know. So since we don't know, bam, this is what we're doing come August 6th, so that for better or worse, people can begin to prepare. Because if communities of people figure out how to come together to take care of their kids or whatnot, then our schedule dictates, how we decide to approach this dictates that. So I don't know if we need to call a special meeting. We've had a gazillion special meetings. I'm tired. I know everybody else is tired. But we have to give ourselves a deadline before school, before we say this is the direction we're going. Parents and staff and people need to know what we're going to do. Now, we've had the time and we needed the time to think through what different options could look like. I think y'all have done an amazing job in that regard. And so then my plea to my colleagues and appropriate staff is that we figure out what our deadline is going to be to give people an answer on how we're going to approach this. I definitely don't think it needs to be the last week of July or the first week of August. It needs to be soon. It's a hard decision to make. Whichever one we make, people will be angry because this is a major disruption in everyone's life. But we still have to make that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. We now go to Board Member Dyson.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions here that I'm hopeful that Mr. Nikes can help us with. And I'm also getting a lot of feedback while this meeting's going on. One of the things that I wanted to ask is, so if our pre-K now can be 100% virtual, I would like to see this as a way to allow more students into their neighborhood school that they would be attending for kindergarten and be able to do our virtual, get used to at least some of the teacher and that kind of thing, but be in that group of students virtually for pre-K. So I'm trying to find out, can we increase our capacity to be able to teach our pre-Kers that will be coming into our kindergarten schools for this next year? I see this as a potential opportunity that I wouldn't like to miss.
Yes, ma'am. I know Mr. Smith and his team have done a lot of work to look at capacity, especially at the lower grade levels. And I know he could probably jump in here and kind of give you some details there. That may be definitely something to explore, but there's also teaching capacity issues as well, but I'll let him kind of go into details on that. And
I'm thinking if it would be 100% virtual and a teacher would be dedicated to 4 days a week, 100% virtual, and if 100% virtual, if there's a way to, since it's virtual, do we have the law limiting the class size and that kind of thing? Can we put a teacher and, like we do at Mayfair, a support teacher, and really, you know, we can engage communities this way. And I feel like we really need to think out of the box and really reach out to that, because then if we can show them that we can do this and that their students are learning in our environments, then hopefully they will choose us for kindergarten and thereon. So I'm really hoping we can be proactive here and take this as an opportunity. And maybe we would have teachers dedicated solely to virtual and with a support. And then does the law limit our capacity as it would if it was in person?
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. I'm noting that
and
down.
Then I have more questions, but let's see if we can.
Ms. Dodson, so I can get clarity on your question with the pre-K. Are you asking for pre-K to be 100% virtual?
I'm asking if we have additional zone students that want to participate in their school's pre-K, can we increase our teaching capacity to be able to engage a group that didn't get in because of the numbers for the in-person, but we can reach back out and also market to them, but come join us now in 100% virtual and give them that option. And this teacher then just does 100% virtual with them.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then does the law require, if it's 100% virtual, can we increase the student number per teacher
I could speak, Adam, before you jump in. I'll say that we need to work under the assumption that the law continues to limit those class sizes in the absence of a waiver request. And that's something we need to look into a little more, but I think we need to work forward with that assumption that the law remains in effect. We've not gotten anything that tells us anything different with regard to the class size.
This board member would like to see us ask this, by tomorrow, because this is an opportunity for us to engage more people than we have previously. And I think that this is an opportunity that I don't want to waste any time on. But also we can start preparing for that same class number. And then once we get an answer, possibly add to that. But we could start offering some 100% for students that their number one pick or their zoned school they can't get into, but we can let you in now this way. And then, but also simultaneously be asking that question.
So we have some good evening, everyone. This is Daphne with the Office of Human Resources. So we actually do have some options and some flexibility that we are looking at, and we will definitely provide some extra information about where we can move with the flexibility of the online education and information with regards to how that would look in a virtual setting. We don't want to overload a teacher. In a virtual setting, just like in college, you probably teach 200, 300 students. We definitely don't want to do that to a kindergarten teacher, but we do want to stay within the confines and make sure that we can still provide a quality education. So
and maybe add an aide.
Yes, and in all of our pre-K classes, we do have a paraprofessional that works with the teacher. So we will stay within the confines of state law, but we are able to be a little bit more flexible, and so we do have those plans in the works as the demand is there.
Thank you.
That was just my first question. So I have a question about the cleaning, and I understand that Mr. Nikkei said that it would be done by the Aramark team on Wednesdays. And my question is about cleaning the playgrounds, and will that be covered under Aramark? I think there's some confusion amongst possibly staff members who might think that the teachers are going to be asked to go out and clean the playgrounds. Is that correct? Or let's put that, Ms. Homer.
Yeah, we can check into that specifically on what's the recommendation and how often they clean the elementary playgrounds. We'll definitely check into that.
Okay, so I have that asked. I didn't think that that would be something we would be asking teachers to be responsible for on the Wednesdays. Then I also wanted to ask, so if families are scheduled for the Monday, Tuesday because of their alphabet letter, what happens if they also bring them on Thursdays and Fridays? What are we going to be instructing our team to do at that point?
Well, we'll have to handle that on a case-by-case basis, but that wouldn't be part of their schedule. I mean, we would have to work, on that on a case-by-case, but they would only really be allowed there on Monday and Tuesday, because again, we'd have to have planning for capacity, and there's a lot of, predictability that has to go into that. So we would have to handle that specifically.
I think there are some that are concerned that we need to be proactive with a plan for when they arrive on the other days. What then do they do at that point? So I think we need to think through the what ifs and be ready, and and maybe even push that information out that this is what's going to happen in that case. And also, so teachers and staff members, they will be allowed to bring their children on all 4 of the days so that we can assure that our teachers are available. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Yes,
And
the recommendation.
Have you done any scenarios of if every teacher in EBR chooses that, what capacity does that leave us with the reduced numbers that we're going to be allowing? Have we kind of scaled that to see?
Yes, looking at that, and definitely as you spread out by all schools across the district, and take into account from our surveys, looking at the percentage of parents who are looking at a virtual option, we should definitely be able to accommodate that, and then factor in normal attendance, as well.
Okay. And then I have a question about, so a teacher that's teaching in person on Monday, Tuesday, is also teaching the other half of their class virtually on that same days? That same teacher's doing it both ways?
Yes, the way that it would look like during the week is, for example, a teacher would teach Monday and Tuesday a set of lessons. On Thursday and Friday, they would continue to move forward. So they're not just reteaching the same information to the next group of kids. That's continuous learning. And so the students who are learning it in person on Monday and Tuesday, the Thursday, Friday kids would either be logging in, watching live, or they would have the opportunity to get a recorded lesson and then items posted in the Google Classroom or learning management system they're using, and then be expected to do those activities while they're at home during their virtual time. So again, we've got to think about teaching and spacing differently. One good point, and working with EDs and principals, we're used to seeing classrooms where teachers are moving around and kids are in small groups. This is going to be different. We're going to have to maintain spacing. You will probably see a teacher working more from the front of the classroom, at a screen that can be recorded, just similar to what we're doing right now. So students would have access to that as well.
And I just would appreciate if we could get everything that we're talking about in a way that we can all share this information via social media. And I'm hopeful that we will start pushing out information via news channels and every marketing option that we can right now, so we can get out there. I know the other schools that are offering 100% distance learning that have always done that. I know people are looking at them now because they're getting mailers and they're seeing commercials and all. And I think we need to really be proactive with this and show our ability to embrace this new style, and that we're ready and able and wanting our community kids. So I'll be watching to see what I can start sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Next, we have Mr. Lannis, followed by Ms. Ware Jackson, followed by Ms. Collins, followed by Mr. Howard. So, Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, President Gode. First, before I begin to dialogue about the topic, I want to just say thank you to the entire team. I know this couldn't have been easy. I know you've been working countless hours around the clock to try to figure out how do we get through this. This is something nobody has planned for. This is something that we've all been racking our heads around to try to find resolve with. So I just want to say my hat goes off to you. But now I think it is time where we have to just come into fruition about a lot of the facts that I think that we have to pay attention to. And my hat goes off to Vice President Tremel Howard for saying that we need to postpone opening schools on August 6th, at least until after Labor Day. And it's for several reasons. One, when you look at all COVID cases, 70% of COVID cases in Louisiana specifically, and also in East Baton Rouge Parish, have been affecting people of color. We serve a school district that is 81% African-American students. That lingers in the back of my mind, and I think it should linger in the back of every single person's mind, not just the back, but in the front of our minds, as we talk about our most precious, highly valued assets that we have in our school system, and that's our students. Those are facts that we just simply can't ignore. Also, I want us to think about why are we not having discussions around making sure or pushing that our educators and our students get tested before we come back inside of our school buildings? We have the time. As of right now, our mayor president, Sharon Weston Broome, is pushing an initiative over the next 12 days to do at least 5,000 tests a day. I think that should be a huge push for people to know whether or not somebody is sick before we enter back inside of our buildings. I think that people deserve to have that right. I want you to think about this also. We are a school board, and we're holding our meeting virtually because we are afraid of catching COVID. So I want us to think about our teachers, think about our support staff, think about the people that have to go back inside our buildings, our cafeteria workers, our janitors, think about our bus drivers, because at the end of the day, all of those people are of the age where they are the most sustainable to catch this virus. And as it stands, we're requiring our janitors to work 5 days a week, cleaning buildings, doing the hard, dirty work. We're requiring our cafeteria workers and our bus drivers to work at least 4 days a week based off this model that we're talking about, 2 days on and 3 days off, and two different groups of students that will be coming in based off your last name. And I want us to also consider the fact that we had 7,830 confirmed cases in East Baton Rouge Parish alone. In the state of Louisiana, we have had over 80,000 confirmed cases of COVID in Louisiana alone, and we are one of the highest states and have remained one of the highest states in the entire country. I think we need to seriously and strongly think about this, and I want to piggyback on something that my board colleague, Don Collins, has brought up. Accountability around cleaning protocol. Let's be honest. Let's all be honest here. We have had problems with cleaning in the past with Aramark, and I don't have a problem with Aramark. I understand that they're trying to do their part. I understand that they want to clean our buildings thoroughly, but that has to be in the back of our minds that we've had problems before with cleaning. So how is that going to change? What are the cleaning protocols? Are we writing down what the routine is every day? Are we making sure that we're stocking our schools? Are we documenting this? Are we recording this? Is it going to be presented to our staff? Is it going to be presented to the principals? Is it going to be presented to our board so that we can disseminate that information out to parents? People's lives are on the line. And I think that if you're asking them to do something as much as risk their life, we need to make sure that we're doing every single thing possible and available to ensure that we are adding an extended layer of protection for them. And I just wanted to come to this last thing because I heard my board colleague, Ms. Jill Dyson, bring this up. And the last thing I wanted to turn into is a conversation around attendance lines and zoning, because essentially that's almost what this sounds like when we talk about students going to schools inside of their districts, and we talked about preschoolers, but let's also remember the facts. And I want to thank Ms. Lopez for delivering this information, and she did so timely. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, if you're listening. And it's surrounding the reduction in force. As of right now, we have 119 teaching reductions, of which 36 are elementary school teachers. So I'm trying to understand, how are we going to make this work inside of schools, inside of their own communities, when we're losing teachers or we've already lost teachers? 10 of which are preschool SPED teachers, 20 of which are support teachers. I think we need to we need to strongly consider going back at this plan and somehow really not just surveying teachers with those loose-ended questions or surveying parents with those loose-ended questions, but really asking them questions where you can get their direct feedback. Because it almost sounds like even with the survey that we did have, the questions were already pre-created. Allow those people that have concerns to ask the questions that really need to be answered, because I can't tell you over the last few days how many people have been asking questions, and I can't even answer those questions anymore. I was just at the Bessie meeting the other day, and people had the same concerns all around our state. It's not just in East Baton Rouge Parish, it has been all around our state. And I just really wanted to give a strong push in saying, I really hope that we are doing our part and our due diligence in ensuring that we are adding extended layers of protection for every single person, not just teachers, not just students, but our support staff, our janitors, our cafeteria workers, and our bus drivers, because they deserve it. You can't ask people to put their lives on the line. They have still so many uncertainties. And I'll just end right there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next would be Miss Board Member Ware Jackson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Gode. Some of my questions, I believe, are have been answered, but I wanted to still get a little bit more clarity on the date that we'll definitely know which teachers are returning. Has that date passed, and is that where the numbers came from in the document that we received about how many teachers are not, how many as far as the reduction in force is, or is there another date that we're looking for to see what's the final number of our teacher capacity?
Ms. Ware Jackson, I think it works hand in hand. This is Mr. Smith. As it relates to our faculty as well as our students, as in many of the surveys that we send out, we realized that we were only getting information from certain family members, and there was a group of family members that we were not able to reach, and we kind of talked about this, and so I think what we've been hearing from our principals is that our parents as well as some of our teachers are wanting to know how we return before they make a decision on whether or not they would choose a full virtual option or if they would choose to leave. So I think a decision has to be made on how we return before we get the information on how our employees, what actions our employees will take. Because the date for school has been set since prior before us getting out with COVID. The board approved the calendar that August 6th will be the first day for students. And so staff has been planning since COVID on how we will return and how we will provide educational opportunities for students. But we're at a point right now, a decision needs to be made on how we will return, because then we believe that we will get better data from our parents as well as our employees. So they need to know how we're returning. If it's 100% virtual or is it a hybrid type model, and then people can start to make some informed decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, the staff is recommending the virtual option for those who select it, and a hybrid model for those families who chose from the survey a face-to-face option.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of the survey and the different choices for virtual learning, we have all of the computers in place, all of the Chromebooks in place for our students. I'm wondering about Wi-Fi and the technology that the families are going to need. Do we have any partners in helping to provide Wi-Fi? I think part of the reason that we're not hearing from some members of the district is that they don't have the technology except for the phone that's in their hands, and I don't think kids will be able, no kids won't be able to do any lessons, any kind of work just using a phone and no Wi-Fi in the home. Do we have any more information about provisions for Wi-Fi for some families that don't have it?
Well,
do we have any partners in that?
Yes, we do have some partners. I know Exxon has purchased some, what do you call them, hotspot devices for Strummer and Brookstown. We've turned some of our facilities into mobile sites, school sites like Capitol Elementary. A family, there's enough bandwidth where you can pull up in the parking lot and you can get the Wi-Fi. Also, the devices is not the issue. The connectivity is an issue, and that's one of the reasons why we offered the hybrid type model face-to-face, because connectivity is an issue in our community.
Right. That's a big concern. I know we have a lot of questions, a lot of things that we still need to get all the information on, and that's part of the reason that I really do support having school start later, like perhaps at least after Labor Day, so that we have more time to fill in all the holes and make sure that, you know, we have a good plan. And, you know, besides the fact that COVID is spiking right now, and there's nothing that we can really do about that. I'm hoping that people will take advantage of the testing so that they'll know ahead of time where they are health-wise. And I do appreciate that blended families have been considered in the work that you guys are doing, and I appreciate all the work that you've put into this. I know it's a logistical nightmare to try to figure all of this out, but we know that we have blended families with different last names and different school ages, different everything, you know. And I know one family in particular that's that way, and you know, some of the students, some of the kids in the family want to be at home, some want to be at school, and the younger ones tend to want to be at school, but it can be a bit problematic because, you know, I just have a fear, and I'm sure it's a logical one, knowing kids that when they see one another, it's been all summer, it's been part of the spring that they haven't seen one another. It's going to be very difficult for them to social distance. And I can just imagine, you know, some kids saying, I like your mask better than mine, let's switch. You know, that's just all kinds of nightmarish things that could happen. And we know that, and with the spike that's happening right now, I'm just afraid, and I hate to use the word afraid, but I am afraid that we get back in and a couple of weeks later, you know, we'll be shut down everything because we'll have an even greater spike. So I believe that if we push it back a little farther, at least it might give us a little bit more safety. And I know that some people are probably cringing because I know that some people in the workforce are concerned about getting back to work and what are they going to do with the kids? And you know, we don't have an answer for that, but I'm more concerned about the health issues and death rates spiking as well. So I think I covered everything. Oh, and I appreciate the opportunity that Board Member Dyson brought up, because in every crisis there's some opportunity, and that's definitely one where we may be able to at least engage some of our families that are not with us now, if they can get into a school at least virtually and try us out. So I appreciate that comment, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Gode, this is Ben. May I make a quick point of clarification?
Yeah.
One thing as we kind of speak through this, I'd just like to note, if we're in the discussion, there's been talk about pushing the year back. And just to be clear, the options that are available, of course, are to keep the start date the 6th, but begin virtually. That means that we actually continue the school year as planned. If we actually move the official start date of the year back, that's where we need to then take into account things like contingency days, professional development days, and then possibly holidays to ensure we have seat time and other things. So just wanted to make sure that as we talk through this, to be, you know, that was clear.
Yeah, oh, and excuse me, that reminded me, there was something else I wanted to mention. Speaking of those days, we have those days in October, you know, and then Mardi Gras, you know, I doubt seriously that we'll be at the Mardi Gras in 21. So those are things that we can consider, but I appreciate you guys and all the work that you've put up, that you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Board Member Collins.
I'm coming. Okay. So look, I had some more questions. All right. Some clarity around gifted and talented. The presentation mentioned ESS students. A lot of times when we say ESS students, we think only of our children with disabilities, and we don't necessarily think about gifted and talented. And so for clarity, in the presentation, when we said 4 days a week, potentially for the ESS students, do we intend to include gifted and talented? And I guess actually we probably have to by law. If you do for one group of ESS kids, you have to do it for another group. And I could see that potentially having some disparate treatment because the gifted and talented babies getting 4 days a week and your struggling students not, that might be a whole nother can of worms. The traditional struggling students, not the ESS students who happen to struggle. And so I need clarity on that part. Also, the sanitizing on Wednesday, but is there also going to be sanitizing over the weekend for the, just clarity, because we only mentioned the Wednesday. I assume maybe the Friday or the weekend wasn't mentioned because that's part of the regular cleaning, deep cleaning that goes on. And then also, I'm getting feedback that in terms of the cleaning, when we're saying deep cleaning on Wednesday, that's just the hot spots that arrow mark is gonna get, and that teachers and staff are given other sanitizing material for the and when I say hot spots, the feedback I'm getting is, okay, so the front building door, the cafeteria or whatever where everybody eats, the common spaces, but in terms of the classroom space on Wednesday, that is for the teacher and staff to do, not necessarily arrow marks. I need clarity on whether or not that's proper feedback. And then I would like to mention, I'm glad that Ben brought up the question about starting at a later date. Is my opinion, and I'm not saying this against what my colleagues are mentioning. I'm just lifting it up in line with what Mr. Nikes just mentioned. I think that if we have concern on starting later, perhaps we may as well start virtually on August 6th, because it's going to take time for people to get used to. I mean, yes, we had the Chromebooks at home and all of that stuff at one point at the end of the school year last year, but now I'm sure we have certain protocol in place, et cetera, et cetera. We want to make sure everybody's on the same page. That's going to take time in and of itself. And so then my concern is saying start back. I kind of assumed, and I shouldn't, that when some of us are saying start later, we mean start later in person, not necessarily start the school year after August 6th. And so I just wanted to lift up perhaps a consideration for my colleagues, if they did intend that, is, okay, if we feel like we need to push the date back, then let's just do virtual. Let's just say, let's just make a firm decision, start virtual to be safe, because it's going to take us some time for everybody to get their sea legs about them. And then I know I had a lady emailed me, and so I want to make sure I don't have to put request to speak again. So let me just make sure I get it down. Okay, clarity, last point of clarity is, okay, the teacher, so students A through K on Monday and Tuesday, deep clean day on Wednesday with some virtual instruction from the teacher at their remote space, and then K through, or L through Z, what have you, on Tuesday excuse me, on Thursday and Friday. The question is, how is that logistically? Let's look at what the week looks like for A through K students. They come to the building Monday and Tuesday, some virtual time with the teacher on Wednesday. What does Thursday and Friday look like for the students? And also, what does that week look like for the teachers? Because the concern is, does that mean that the teacher is supposed to be, I guess there's some clarity, is the teacher supposed to have the screen virtually up for students L through Z on Monday and Tuesday, and then supposed to interact with the in-person instruction, as well as keep up with the virtual screen on all days, depending, so some clarity around that. And I think those are all of my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Collins, I'll start with the education question, and I know Adam may jump in as well, and then go into the cleaning as well. Under that educational model, like you described it, I think that's where we just have a lot of variation, and we really, let teachers and schools work through some of those details. An example may be, again, like you say, the students who aren't attending in person Thursday and Friday, as we're doing work in Google Classroom or in other, learning platforms, the teacher could stream that class live, just like we're doing here. They could also have assignments posted that they're simultaneously working on with their peers. So while they're not in the school building, they have that connectivity. So it could be live without going through a ton of extra effort to make another lesson per se. Other things is they could constantly record all their lessons and have those posted, and available for students, just like this one will be as well. One other point that Mr. Smith really spoke to and is important is we also know, even though we're doing everything we can to provide more connectivity to all students, if there's gaps there, if a student does return to the school building for a couple of days, a teacher could know better if they need a specific device, and we can possibly get that for them, or can provide them with work to take home and at least have bridge materials till they come back to the classroom. So I hope that kind of answers some of those questions, and a lot of those variations and details, the distance education team's working with schools to explore all those options right now.
And I jotted down the first question
Yes,
about students with disability, Mrs. Collins. The students that we're referring to that will come back 4 days are those low incidence self-contained classes, because those classes are already reduced, no more than 9 to 10 students per class, and students we're referring to as autistic, severe and profound, developmentally delayed, and the community-based, hearing impaired and visually impaired students. So those services are more readily provided at a school setting than in a virtual world. And so we felt it was a need to bring those kids in at least 4 days a week.
And that's more or less, that'll be more or less clarified in the IEP, those needs and why.
Yes, ma'am.
And one piece that we didn't talk about, the need, what we felt like if we were going to start back August 6th, and we needed to have some face-to-face time, was the social, emotional, and the mental health services, because there's been a disconnect. We hadn't really had our hands on our kids since March 13th. And Mr. Howard spoke to that in our meeting, that there are some families where kids are in less desirable situations at home. And so we're more relevant to kind of get our hands on those kids to provide, services and resources to those families. And so that was another reason why we felt like if we came back in a hybrid type model, not just because of the cognitive or the educational services, but the mental health services and things that we need to reconnect with our families.
Okay.
And I also think you had some questions regarding cleaning. If I could cover, you want me to cover those now, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Okay. And this is something we've spoken with principals about, and this is something I think we're just going to have to elevate and make sure we look at differently. The cleanliness of a building is important at all times, but now it's entering into a whole different area, a safety issue, even beyond what normal cleaning would be. And so I think this is something that, you know, from the director, staff, executive directors, ourselves, this is something we're going to focus on more at the beginning of the year. The teaching and learning part's important, but I think the safety aspect, regardless of how and when we come back to school, that's going to be something that we've got to focus on first this year. To give you kind of an idea of how cleaning takes place, normally Aramark would deep clean 1 day a week, and then they would spot clean 4 days a week. Now that we're kind of going into this new situation, they've elevated sanitizing really 5 days a week, whereas they used to only clean 4 days a week and sanitize once. But using Oxivir wipes and the things that we purchased through the last board meeting, that they're going to actually be doing that on high touch areas, you know, all day. So in addition to Aramark doing high touch services and those common spaces at the school, teachers and students also will have hand sanitizer in the class and access to the wipe, the cleaning wipes, the Purell wipes that are safe for hands, that they can clean their own desk as well in their own services, which is part of the LDH and LDOE guidance provisions as well. So you're talking about multi-times a day things are getting sanitized by multiple groups. Teachers will have access to that for their common space in the classrooms that they can clean as well. So Aramark's going to continue the spot cleaning 4 days a week and then sanitizing high touch areas every day. That full day is the clean day. And so that becomes the actual, like, you will mop the floors, not just look at the, you know, spot that's dirty. Everything's mopped. You're cleaning the walls. You're cleaning a little more in depth each week. So that's kind of the way that would work on Wednesday and the difference in variation.
And then, so for clarity, that only happens on Wednesday, not on Friday or Saturday or what have you.
Right. Under the normal model, a lot of this type of the sanitizing or cleaning work happens with the night crews. So some of that will still continue to close out the week on Friday. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I did get another question. I apologize, but it's such an important issue. I don't want to overlook any questions. Well, maybe I did catch it. Looked like I caught it. If not, I'll just have to do another request to speak, but I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Collins. Next, we go to Vice President Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Gaudet. And I just wanted to, just like Ms. Collins, I didn't want to continue having the press request to speak, but things continue to happen in the conversation. And I just think that first, something that's been brought up in this thing, if whatever the final plan is going to require board action, I would reach out to whomever is responsible for making that happen. If we can have a plan by next Thursday and have a special meeting to just vote and decide what we're going to do, that at least gives families 2 weeks to try to prepare for an August 6th start date, whether it be virtually, whether it be whatever. And I also believe that there's so many missing pieces that we're still discussing, even in the 11th hour, that really bothers me about starting in any capacity on August the 6th. I think as Ms. Collins alluded to, like we do, and Mrs. Smith, we do have to make assessments for teachers, and this is going to take some time because it's not going to be like what happened on March 14th when we rolled out enrichment as opposed to actually full like virtual learning for our district. But there's so many questions, even in this last 30 minutes, that we can't have the answers to. And I talked about this in our leadership meeting yesterday. We still haven't talked about what happens if a teacher tests positive, what happens if a student tests positive. Like, I know that there's talks about self-isolation rooms and like all of these things, but there has to be, like, this is literally people's lives on the line. And so to have all of these unknowns in this moment, it really bothers me. And I won't feel comfortable as a board member voting to send people back unless I know for sure that we've done every single thing in our power to ensure that every safety precaution has been put into place. So there's just too many unknowns in this moment for an August 6th start date. So I would implore us to have a meeting on next Thursday, district staff go in and hear what you've heard from the board members today and submit to us a final plan on next Thursday to be voted on, so that we can at least let people know what environment we're sending our students and families back into. And then the last thing I'll touch on is just like there are literally people and teachers and students who are literally definitely afraid to enter back into our building. So I don't want us to have like these unanswered questions going into it. Like, well, we'll think about this when it happens, because it's not when somebody catch COVID. It's not if somebody catch COVID, it's when they catch it. And we have to make sure that we've done everything to ensure that these people are in, our students and our families are in safe environments. And I just don't feel comfortable as a voting board member right now to vote for a plan to send our kids back into our family with all of these unknown questions. So my last thought would be that we have a special meeting next Thursday to vote on a finalized plan, so that we can just put it all on the table and at least let people know what they need to prepare for in the middle of a pandemic. So thank you guys for engaging in that discussion.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Vice President Howard. Next, Mr. Lannis.
Thank you again, President Gaudet. But I wanted to touch on something as it regards, or lift something up as it regards devices and resources. And this is the reason why I am asking that we push this August 6th date back, much like Vice President Howard, because there are still students that do not have devices. How do I know this? Because one parent had to reach out to me because she said she called the school where her child goes to school several times. I have several parents that have done this. And in my position in trying to get in contact with the school, I called the school and I couldn't get in contact with them. So what I had to do was go to IT department, or go to our IT department at central office and go get those devices, or get some extra devices that we had laying around, and give it to those teachers for that 6th grader and that 4th grader. And I just want us to just have those things in the back of our minds, that we're saying that we want to go and start scoring 6, but we still have students that don't have devices, and that means either a hotspot or computers. How are we following up to ensure with schools, one, that somebody is at least answering the phones, because this is not a time when we can't afford not to answer phones right now. I'm sorry, because you have too many people that have too many questions surrounding how we reopen schools right now. And in the very least, how are we doing a checks and balance system around giving out devices? At this point, we are literally, 2 weeks away from school starting back, and families still don't have devices for their kids. How are they going to go about getting them? And again, if the schools aren't answering the phones, then who then do they talk to? Because IT can't give computers to every single family that comes to them, because they won't have enough. So I just want to, again, lift that up and hope that we are considering all of these things as we get ready to move forward. Because essentially we're asking ourselves, or asking us, what size is our district? There were 40,000 students. We have thousands of workers, almost 50,000 people. To assume that nothing is going to happen, I think that's the wrong idea, the wrong approach to take. So again, if we are on this virtual meeting right now because we're afraid for our lives, think about the other people too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. I'm going to skip mine. We'll go to Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to, again, thank y'all for all of the hard work on this. I also have a question, though, about PE and what our plans are for that. I know it's a state mandated class, and I hope we're being creative about ways that I saw some other districts that were even incorporating yoga and mindfulness time and that kind of thing into their PE plans, and I wanted to see what ours are.
Mr. Nikkei?
Yes. Again, that's all part of working through schools and through the district to do that. We know we have a lot of teachers who do already creative things with PE that can be done in a spaced situation. We have a lot of classes that are doing mindfulness and other items like that as well. So whether it's students doing exercises at the appropriate distances, or other activities, that are spaced, we can definitely do that. So we'll be leaning on our teams and Ms. Williamson and her group to definitely come up with some ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Did it again. Sorry. Hey, thanks again. I had a couple of questions. One around transportation. I know usually in a normal school year, the beginning of the school year can be a bit nightmarish with transportation. So we just want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row when it comes to that. What's the date that we're looking at doing the face-to-face? Is it the same time, August 6th? We're rolling everything out at the same time? And I had a little feedback there. And another thing I'm wondering about are we providing any kind of training for parents who will be helping to educate their kids, the ones that are at home, whether they're going to get any kind of Google school classroom platform training that could be really helpful. I know if it was me, I definitely need it. So I'm wondering, are we prepared to do that? And yes, the other thing about the virtual classroom, I'm getting a question from a couple of teachers around whether if they're in front of the classroom, it's difficult to do virtual training when you should have your eyes on the screen with your kids at the same time. So they're wondering, if the kids at home will get a diluted version or just being able to watch them in the classroom. So I'm wondering how we cover those concerns.
Yes, ma'am. We could start with the question about parents getting training or getting support. I know one thing is a lot of schools are thinking about doing orientations in general, or even beyond that orientation day on the schedule, bringing parents in small groups to do that. Dr. Rutledge and her team have also done this, so I'd like to turn it over to her as well to give you some details.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have been using Strong Start as an opportunity to provide training and support to our teachers who are teaching online. And while they are teaching online only at this time, we did have a pilot with our Howell Park Claiborne site and Capitol Elementary School. And so we had one teacher teaching at both locations at the same time. And while it was not the face-to-face and students being at home, we were able to have experience with teachers teaching remotely and having the students face-to-face at the same time. And so we've taken the lessons learned from those pilots for the past 2 years and developed professional development for our teachers in the event that we needed to transition to something similar to this. So we are prepared to offer the ongoing professional development for our teachers as they transition into this environment where they would have a hybrid situation.
Thank you. Ms. Ware Jackson, does that finish your comments?
Yeah, I guess if we address the other ones. How are we looking at transportation issues?
Yes, ma'am. One of the things in the surveys that we've had previously, we've asked parents to identify if they would opt out of transportation initially. So if they don't use transportation or never had planned to do that, that they could opt out. In previous years, we've routed every single student in the district regardless, and then make adjustments after the school year starts. So some of that data has already been sent to the transportation department, and it's in the thousands of students who are opting out. In addition, we know that once we open the virtual portal, parents who, regardless of the decisions made moving forward, who opt in completely virtual no matter what, those names and students can also be opted out of transportation. One important piece to that, and we made sure it was noted on those surveys and the information, is at any time a parent can opt back in. So it's not a choice they make that's indefinite. It's just telling us initially, I don't plan to use transportation, but at any point I can, request that be reinstated. Backing those students out will allow us to kind of get a better feel for busing. Going 50% and hybrid also, looking at the A through K alphabet gives you a chance to kind of see what your bus routes look like once they're run. And Mr. Holliday and their team have been running those scenarios, and we expect to have some initial, letters and stuff ready for transportation as early as, the next week or two.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Board Member Collins.
Yep, okay. I knew I had a question. Okay. Mrs. Rutledge, thank you for explaining more about the teacher and sharing the example. I do still have concern though, because in most cases, then that means a teacher is going to have the same allotment of students, but they split in 2 different spaces. And I would be overwhelmed as a teacher to have 15 in front of me and then 15 on the screen, and to kind of go back and forth. Now, maybe that involves, we address that by having some professional development on how the teacher deals with these students and do the lesson here and then come put time on the screen. But I don't really feel comfortable. And I know there are educators with more experience and training such as yourself than me, but I just can't wrap my head around that.
I fully understand. And if you don't mind allowing me to interrupt and interject, okay. Our elementary schools, our elementary teachers, and our teachers who are very familiar with grouping, they are very familiar with having students in different locations around that classroom. So you'll have someone in a listening center, in a writing center, you'll have a small group with you, and then you may have some students at their desk and students on the floor in another part of the room. And it's really about managing that learning environment and mastering that management, mastering that balancing. So what we've done is provided that transition type PD. So you have less students in front of you. You may have 10 kids in front of you, and then you have 10 students online. And so managing that would be like managing 2 groups of students within that classroom. We'll have some corrections to do online, and we'll have some corrections to do in the classroom, but that instruction will continue to flow very easy as that teacher is trained on that transition. So we provided some PD around it with our tech integration team and our curriculum teams. We've provided some PD around it. Our teams have been trained through Quality Matters, and they're going to continue to provide that training and support to our teachers.
Okay, and then once you say that with elementary, that does make sense, because I remember back in my days of subbing and whatnot. Okay, flashbacks you gave me. Okay, but what about our middle and high school? To me, that seems a little more difficult with an hour or an hour and a half if they do a block schedule, and then having to split that up into 30 minutes.
So the middle and high school they're also familiar with grouping. Generally, the lectures are done in whole class, and then from that whole class, that data is broken down, and students may be working in groups around the classroom, but their desks they generally work in their desk instead of working on the floors like our elementary students. So our middle and high school students have our teachers have been exposed to teaching with groups of students as well.
So but like the differentiated instruction.
Well, if I could add in here one interesting thing, and I know we've talked about it briefly, but at the high school level, at our core high schools, traditional high schools, They're switching to what's called a 4x4 block schedule. And what that basically means is students will take a full Carnegie credit the first semester, 4 of those first semester, and then take their other 4 classes second semester. Currently, our schools are set up to do alternating days, so basically they take 8 classes all year long, right? So in this model, you'll concentrate on 4 classes first semester and 4 in the second. The reason that's important is, as a teacher, that means this year, my first semester at those schools, I'm teaching 3 classes this year, or this semester, right? Not 6, I'm teaching 3 sections. So I can concentrate more on the small group of students. I may teach 120 students all year, but I'm only teaching 60 per semester. So you have a lot less students to grade for, a lot less students to give feedback to. That's one of the reasons we switched to the 4x4 block, to make it definitely chunk size and bite size, a little easier for teachers to manage, and students also. They're not concentrating on passing 8 classes all year, they're concentrating on 4 at a time.
So let me ask this, because it's actually segue, tongue-tied, I'm sorry, but that's actually a segue for my other question. What about electives? And I know we're in a pandemic. I mean, you know, we got to be reasonable with what we can try to get done, but what about our performance arts and our band and choir and that? Because the core classes are important, and I understand why we as a school system want to focus on that and make sure that those classes are taken care of. And I agree that that's important, but also trying to understand whether or not we can fit in at least one elective for the social emotional well-being of our students, because only doing that math, science, English language arts, and social studies is, you know, enough to drive anybody.
Yes.
Well, right. Again, they're not taking those courses all year. So you might take English and math first semester, but second semester might be science and social studies. Okay. So your cores are being split, right? Now, one thing you do bring up is when you go to electives, you know, if I have band first semester, that's a year worth of course. So, you know, we've challenged, you know, the fine arts team and others to look at, you can pair band with maybe a strings in the second semester. You know, there's a lot of different options depending on what students are doing, where you can continue electives moving forward.
Okay, or maybe they just do band the whole, I mean, y'all are experts, but maybe they just do band the whole time and whatever the other class is the whole time. Okay, my other question is, oh no, that's it for right now. I'm gonna have to do another RTS because I keep getting text messages. But thank y'all for answering these questions. Again, it's such a huge issue, and there are a lot of important questions. So thank y'all.
And Ms. Collins, I would just like to add, our building leaders and teachers are really thinking out of the box to how they can provide the most innovative approach to teaching our students. You know, like Dr. Rutledge said, that we've been exploring this for the past couple of years of how we can teach remotely, because the issue came out of certain schools not having teachers vacancies. And so we kind of figured out how we could provide quality instruction from a certified teacher from building to building. And for example, even through COVID, some of the principals were thinking, okay, let's say if I have 75 fifth graders and one teacher in her class can teach a whole content, all 75 fifth graders in one lesson by Teams, Microsoft Teams, using the other teachers as proctors. And so, for example, just like now, a kid could be at home while the teacher's teaching lively and viewing the lesson, keeping up with the lessons. And so it's the same thing within the buildings. You can have three classes of fifth graders, and that one teacher from one classroom can teach all 3 classes through technology with a proctor of an adult.
Okay, I appreciate that clarifying point. That helps me to process what it can look like a little bit better. On that note, have we given thought to teacher shortages and substitutes, and how we'll be handling subs with folks 9 times out of 10 gonna have to need more sick days?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening again. This is Daphne Donaldson with the Office of Human Resources. So we actually have been working with redesigning our substitute training. And so our substitutes will actually be trained on our digital platforms so that they're knowledgeable about that. So whatever platform we move to, they'll be prepared for. So we are working with that particular facet of our part-time employees. So we've begun to reach out to them, and right now they are starting to set up the new system and everything. So it's a lot of excitement about that. We'll be holding some virtual trainings for them and some live trainings as well. And we've also looked at connectivity and the possibility of using select sites for the substitutes who would need to provide some services digitally if it needed to be long term. They would be able to use a computer lab and work in a computer lab setting for the workday. So we've been exploring all those things. Gives us a great opportunity to be very creative, and with the support of Dr. Rutledge's team and all of the other departments in the district, we are really poised and prepared.
Okay, thank you. One other thing is I'm thinking about the workload again along the lines, and thank you, Mrs. Rutledge, for bringing out and pointing out that teachers are used to differentiated instruction and groups. But also, I'm still concerned about this piece. Them having to prepare, how will their lesson plans look? Do they have to have different sets of lesson plans, like the behind the scenes logistics? I want to make sure that we're approaching this in a way in which, most of our teachers are workhorses, and sometimes we take that for granted and we dump more and more on them. And so I hope that we are being mindful of, as we say that they can do X, Y, Z, then behind the scenes, what does that look like logistically? Is that adding more plate and more time that they have to prepare their lesson plan because they have to consider the different dynamics with technology or whatnot? Do they get more plan? Is there a way for us to schedule in which they have more planning time? I don't know if that has already been thought through or not.
Those are great questions. Our CNI department is working to revise our scope and sequence. We have 60 teachers that have signed up to create lessons for the first 15 days of school. So as we are transitioning in, as our teachers are transitioning in, our lessons will be developed for them. And so they will have model lessons that they can transition with. I don't think our teachers will have to do much change to their lesson plans. So as they're preparing a hybrid lesson, they will just prepare that one hybrid lesson plan. They would not have to prepare multiples. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just interject something here. Since this subject, I've been letting it go on and on since it's a very important subject, but we've been at this for almost an hour and a half. And because it touches every aspect of the entire school day, and even before the school day starts with transportation, there's going to be a myriad of questions and details that need to be asked. And I don't think we can cover all of those in this meeting. So I would ask that for detailed, very detailed questions that we set up an email loop or something like that, so they can. I would ask that board members who ask questions copy all the board members, and then Mr. Nikes and Mr. Smith can get back with answers, because literally we could stay here for another 5 hours and still have questions. So I'm not trying to stop any board members from asking questions or things like that, but recognize that we're not going to get all of the answers today. A, all the answers don't exist, and B, we just don't have time to go through every detail. So there are some very important pieces of this that have been brought up about start dates and all these sorts of things. So I'd like us to maybe concentrate some on those. But again, you're an equal board member, so ask any questions you would like. So with that, we'll go to Ms. Ware Jackson.
Okay, just a couple more. I'm around cleaning. I thought about the bus routes, and we usually have more than one route. Will Aramark be cleaning the buses between, or is that are the bus drivers going to be doing some cleaning between routes? And that's one question. And then around nutrition, do we have are we covering nutrition for virtual students? I'm not virtual students, but students that are learning virtually. Will we be providing food? And I hate to get into that can of worms, but you know, it's that I know is part of the survey. So, and I'm wondering how many surveys we actually got back, if you know. And that's
Mr. Nikkei, you can give some brief answers.
Yes. As far as the bus drivers are being provided with the sanitizer, one of those through that allocation that Exxon gave us. So they'll be provided with sanitizer that they can use to clean the buses, and also the appropriate towels to do that between routes. Also, as far as meals, Dr. Mann is developing a plan so that students who are attending virtual days or live days will have access to meals, and possibly using that Wednesday as a distribution day as well, to get like a 2-week package of meals for those days that they do not attend.
okay. All right, good. Thank you very much.
Next, Mr. Lannis. Mr. Lannis.
My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, just a quick question. I had one as it relates to bus and sanitation and social distancing on the bus. As it regards right now, they said there's going to be seating charts for distancing, but how does that truly prevent viral spread in such close proximity on the bus? I think that's a really good question. And also, will bus drivers be expected to manage sanitation and focus on ensuring that students are in compliance with seating arrangements? How will all of this take place? And this is a question that came from not only a constituent, but somebody that works in our district and is a bus driver.
Yes, again, the guidance right now is that in phase 2, buses could be have a capacity of 50%, in phase 3 at 75. So again, we want to stay at least within those guidelines. As far as we will provide, all the sanitary supplies and everything to bus drivers when they pick up their buses, so they'll have access to that and can clean between routes as well. So again, we're going to provide everything that we can there. As far as managing the buses, I mean, that falls back to you just as they would have to manage the bus, in any other year. We know that's a challenge, but that's one of the things that they'll have to continue to try to do to the best of the ability.
Okay, I'm just saying it's still really hard to imagine that. How many people? What's the seating? How many students can we fit on one bus? If you know what I mean.
Correct. It depends on the size of the bus, but and also if you're looking at elementary or high school configurations, but you're normally looking between somewhere 50 to 65 passenger buses.
So we're talking about at phase 2, we're talking roughly 30 students on one bus in close proximity. I'm only saying this because this is very worrisome, not just to them but also to me, because I'm just trying to understand, and that close of being and interacting with each other, knowing how students are and interacting with each other, giving each other pencils and things like that. I just think it's really hard to imagine that. But I'll stop right there. Thank you, Mr. Nikkei.
Yes, sir.
Next, we go to Mr. Howard.
Yeah, so my question is very quick. Mr. Shamlin kind of covered it in the discussion, but I would just ask that Mr. Goday, if you can just go ahead and put staff and everyone on notice to have a final plan that's ready to be voted on, and we have a special meeting next week so that families and people and everybody can start preparing for what August 6th or whenever the day is looks like, because right now we're workshopping this and it's literally less than a month before school starts. So I think we just need to get an actionable item on the agenda to vote on and just move forward whatever plan the board chooses.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I will definitely take that under consideration. I don't want to make a snap decision right now. I would like to be able to speak with staff and the superintendent, because maybe next week isn't the right time. It may be the week after. I don't know. So, but yes, we will try to follow up with something. We need to get some more clarity and more information. So bear with me for a couple of days till we figure out exactly what that something is. But yes, we will do something to follow up. Ms. Dyson.
Just one quick thing, and I'm just not sure if we're getting into procedure versus policy. And I just want to be very mindful that this board is a policy making board, and we have the superintendent who has a team, and they are the ones that proceduralize our policies. So I'm just not sure that this is an item that is a votable item for the board.
Yes.
I do appreciate as much input, board and community input as possible, but I think we may be going into procedures now. So I just want us to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. And part of the reason I've let the discussion go on, because I think a lot of this was feedback going to staff, and we will have to follow up.
Exactly.
And I see someone in the chat room talked about the school calendar. The school calendar is a board vote, but that vote was taken months ago. And the calendar that's up for vote tonight is only the school board meeting calendar. But like I said, I've committed to working with staff and the new superintendent to come up with what's going to be the appropriate venue for us to rediscuss this and get more comments in. We've been actually workshopping this. It really isn't a workshop meeting tonight. This was for information only. So with the pleasure of the board, I would ask that we take this subject, recognizing there's going to be more discussion, but move on. We have many more items on the agenda that we need to cover, recognizing that this is not closed and there's more that has to come to this.
So my thought is we have the agenda item to reapprove, because there was a slight error in the previous one that we approved on the calendar, and we still can vote on the calendar regardless if we start 100% virtual or not. We could start on that same day.
No, ma'am, that's not correct. The calendar that we're voting on is only for the board meetings, not the school.
Oh, okay. So then we've already voted on the school calendar then.
Right.
And so that's already been done, and now we'll have to figure out through dialogue, and they will have to proceduralize if we're starting 100% distance. And this does need to be made, this decision does need to be made as soon as possible for planning, for family planning. So
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if no more discussion at this time, we will receive all that information. I promise we'll get back to some way, somehow, either in the next week or shortly thereafter, how we can have a further discussion on this, because I think all of the issues raised are important to our constituents, important to our staff, important to our parents, and important to our students. And so we need to continue fleshing this out. So with that, we will move to item F1, any reports from board appointees? Seeing none, we will now take the action of
seem to be frozen, Mike.
Are we back? I'm sorry, I temporarily lost my internet. So we will suspend temporarily this regular meeting and move and open up the public hearing workshop to discuss the proposed 2021 general fund budget, the budget resolution, and the 2021 salary schedules. So I will now turn the meeting over to Mr. Crochet and Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, Superintendent Drake and board members. Tonight I will present the 2021 general fund budget. Is the presentation ready? The proposed 2021 general fund budget includes staff recommendations for revenues and expenditures. Revenue projections are based on the revised 2019-2020 general fund budget and other current data. Budget law requires a notice in the official journal and public hearing. Next slide, please. For the 2021 fiscal year, we anticipate revenue of $463 million, expenditures of $462.8 million, with an ending balance of $0.2 million. This will be inclusive of our beginning fund balance of $44 million, which includes $17.6 million in assigned funding, for an ending balance of $44.3 million at the end of 2021. Next slide, please. As you can see, our staffing requirements have not changed. We are still below the LDOE staffing requirements for each of the grade levels. Next slide, please. Our enrollment projections and staffing continue to meet together. As you can see, during years where we had deficit budgets, our staffing was way above our actual enrollment, but I find now that we're beginning to meet where we're supposed to be. Next slide, please. So as stated before, our projected unassigned fund balance as of 6/30/2021 is $26.7 million. This is inclusive of a $17.6 million in projected assigned fund balance with inventory cost. The total projected fund balance as of 6/30/21 is $44.3 million. The fund balance as a percentage of general fund revenue is projected to be 10%. While that is appropriate for the State Department of Education's requirements, the East Baton Rouge requirement is 15%, and we keep working to make that possible. Next slide, please. As you can see, for the 1920 and 2021 fiscal years, we will have a balanced budget that has not occurred since 14-15. So we are striving every year to balance our budget and to be in accordance with state law and to have a balanced budget for our district. Next slide, please. Total revenue is projected to increase by $2.4 million. Ad valorem tax collections are projected to increase by 2.4% or $4.3 million, and the projected collection rate is 99%. Sales and use tax collections are projected to decrease by approximately 8% or $7.3 million, and this will be for both general and motor vehicle sales and use tax. Both of these are based upon recommendations from the economists of the Louisiana Legislative Auditors. We are relying on their expertise because at this time, no one is real sure what COVID-19 will bring in the future. Next slide, please. The interest on investments is projected to decrease an additional $0.6 million when compared to the proposed 1920. We had already taken an additional $0.6 million off from projected to revised of 1920 because of the change in the Treasury bond, and another 0.6 for the proposed 2021 is appropriate because the Treasury bond rate is still low due to the COVID-19 pandemic. State MFP funding is projected to increase by $5.5 million, and revenue from federal sources is projected to increase by $1.1 million for indirect costs associated with the Strong Start grant. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, this shows all of our major revenue categories. We are getting the vast majority of our funding from property taxes and from state support MFP, with our sales tax dwindling slightly. Next slide, please. Total expenditures are projected to increase by $2.8 million. A total of $2.4 million increase in salaries and benefits to assist Proposition 3 to maintain current level salary until sales tax collections return to pre-COVID-19 levels. As you all know, Proposition 3 assists in the additional supplement to all the salaries. The special education program will increase by $2.2 million for continued growth throughout the district. Electricity and natural gas total actual expenditures for 18-19 and projected expenditures for 19-20 were $7.5 and $7.9 million respectively. Projections for 2021 are $7.6 million. This projection is based on the Department of Energy prices for 2020. Next slide, please. Fuel costs for 18-19 and projected expenditures for 19-20 are $1.9 and $2.1 million respectively. Projections for 2021 are $2.3 million. This projection is based on U.S. Energy Information Administration's projected increase in yearly fuel usage. The appropriation to Type 1 charter schools is increased by $5.9 million. The Type 1 charter schools BASIS, the Emerge School, and both IDEAs will be adding additional grade levels. Also, CSAL will be opening an elementary school in August of 2020. The appropriation to Type 1 charter schools line item is projected at $57.4 million. This amount includes all state and local funding due to the charter schools on a per pupil basis. Any cost reductions to the district are not included in this total and would be throughout the budget. Next slide, please. A total of $1 million has been appropriated for the 25% in FEMA non-reimbursable purchases. Currently, I do not have a reliable estimate of the total cost we will require to purchase all the items we need to keep both our staff and our students safe in this new environment. Approximately $8.8 million in software purchase for continued distance learning of students will be funded through the Strong Start grant. A total of $135,000 will be removed from the budget due to the end of the LSU Kane contract, and $0.8 million of expenditure reductions by moving all parental involvement facilitators and instructional coaches to grant-funded positions at the discretion of school administrators. Next slide, please. As you can see, we did reduce our staffing by 130 positions. That 130 positions is based upon our proposed enrollment for this next year with the growth of Type 1 and Type 2 charters throughout the district. One that you look at the breakdown, while we do have a reduction of 130, we are getting approximately 87 from our instructional staff, but we are getting an additional 44 from our support staff. So both areas are seeing reductions. It's not just at the instructional level. Next slide, please. The general fund expenditures, as you can see, as always, we spend the vast majority of our funding on our instruction of our students every day. Next slide, please. The 70% instructional requirement has not come out for the 1920 fiscal year yet from the state of Louisiana. However, we are anticipating to meet it again by 73.9% for 1920 and 73.7% for 2021. Next slide, please. Again, we still are waiting on the 18-19 as well from the state, but we have always met the requirement and we don't see any problem with repeating it this year. Next slide, please. This is our charter school projections inclusive of Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5 of both local and state revenues. As you can see, the largest percentage of growth will be in our Type 1 charters next year due to the growth of the 4 charters and the addition of the new elementary. Next slide, please. Next slide. This attachment for special revenue, which is on page 199 in your budgets, is a summary of all the special revenue funds throughout the district, which are typically grant funded, that help us work with our students and provide additional opportunities for them. Next slide. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm open for any questions you may have.
I'm sorry, I was turning my microphone back on. So this part is a workshop format, and so it is for questions and comments from the board. Later when we resume the regular meeting, there will be a time for public comment. So at this time, with the presentation by Ms. Lopez, are there any other questions or comments from the board related to the information that was just presented?
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Ms. April. Thank you, Mr. Gode. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for your presentation. I just have one brief question. In one of the, I don't even know if it was part of your presentation tonight, but in one of the sectors of the finance report that we received, there's a section that basically categorizes almost like $100 million as other expenses that are not categorized in one of the many categories that we have in our budget. If you can give us a little bit more information on why it's why is it in that category, and then if again you can just uplift or tell me more about future forecasting and what it will take for us to get a forecast of 5 years, 3 years in the future. Thanks.
I am working on your forecast, sir. That has been a priority. I have not gotten to finishing it, but I am working on it. And I'm also working with Ms. Brown on vacancies and staffing throughout the district. So I think together we'll be able to truly get a really good outlook for the board to review. The $100 million that you're asking about is the other uses of funds, and that's compiled of charter school funding, inclusive of local and state for type 1, local for type 2, local for type 5, local for the Office of Juvenile Justice. It includes the $1 million that I have set aside for appropriations for the COVID-19, and that was also in prior years where the funding for the non-reimbursable portion of FEMA funding for the flood was placed. It's also inclusive of $200,000 in local funding to go to adult ed. So that is what encompasses that $100 million, is those things. The reason it keeps increasing is, as I stated before, the increase in charter schools. So they have more children, they get more funding. So that's why it keeps going up, but that's what's included in that.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, the only comment I'd like to make is I know how difficult it has been to balance the budget in the last 2 years, but I think these times of COVID response and others just emphasizes how important it is for us to maintain a healthy fund balance, because we really don't know what this year is going to look like. We don't know what the revenues will really look like. We don't know what our expenses really will look like. So I just commend the staff and the board and our employees and everyone that worked toward balancing the budget last year and trying to keep this year's balanced budget, because we don't know what the future is going to hold and what things might end up hitting us. So thank you for that. Seeing no other comments from the board, I will officially close the workshop portion of this. I'm just trying to get the correct name. The public hearing and workshop on the budget is now officially closed, and the regular board meeting of July 16th will now recommence. So we will be moving toward item. One comment I'd like to make. We had a long discussion on the reopening of schools and things like that. that presentation was only for the information only. I have a lot of comments in the queue related to issues and questions around the school reopening. That is not really a matter for comment, and that is not, there's no vote being taken tonight. And all comments are supposed to be related to the motion that is actually up right now. So I will not be reading through the comments. Most of them were covered by discussions with board members and others. And we will have a second option if we have another board meeting or a workshop or whatever, so that these questions can come up. But trying to follow the rules, I'm not going to be reading all of the comments that relate to an information only item or don't directly relate to an item that we're taking a vote on. So with that, we will go to the consent agenda. Mr. Lannis, would you do the pleasure of reading the consent agenda, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Golday. I'm going to begin, but unfortunately I have to turn my camera off because I have to switch screens. So just bear with me. You'll still hear my voice as I go through it.
I think we can bear not looking at your face right now. We got to have a little humor here somewhere.
I would hope so. All right. Let's see here. The following items are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. H2, grants. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following grants. Painted Playground Community Partner Agreement between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Junior League of Baton Rouge in the amount of $20,000 for elementary school beautification. B, Early Childhood Strong Start COVID-19 Community Relief Grant in the amount of $400,000 to provide assistance to child care centers. H3, Professional Service Contracts Federal. Consideration of a request for approval of the professional service contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. Nearpod in the amount of $154,630 to provide literacy lessons. Funding source, Title IV. AVID in the amount of $19,639 to provide professional development and support in creating a 9th grade academy at Broadmoor High School. Funding source, school redesign. Great Minds in the Great Minds in the amount of $20,000 to provide mathematic professional development. Funding source, school redesign. D, Teaching Lab in the amount of $25,225 to provide ELA professional development. Funding source, school redesign. E, One Goal in the amount of $45,000 to provide program training and materials. Funding source, school redesign. F, Empower Schools in the amount of $100,000 to provide Innovation Zone strategic support. Funding source, school redesign. H4, Architect Selection, University Terrace / Buchanan Elementary. Consideration of a request for the approval of an Architectural Selection Committee's recommendation of RHH Architects, APEC, to provide architectural design consulting services for the University Terrace School project. Funding source, tax plan. H5, Disaster Recovery Grant Management and Administration. Consideration of a request to accept the recommendation of CSRS Tillage as the Disaster Recovery Grant Manager. Fee for service not to exceed $1 million. H6, Cooperative Agreement, Capital Area Human Services. Consideration of a request for the approval of a cooperative agreement between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Capital Area Human Services District, Baton Rouge Mental Health Center, and Children's Behavioral Health Services. H7, Contract, Illuminate Education. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Illuminate Education for a system-wide benchmarking assessment platform. Funding source, federal programs, CARES Act. H8, Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire as required for the 2019-2020 financial audit of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. H9, 2021 Health Care and Auxiliary Benefits. Consideration of a request for the approval and authorization of the following. A, proposed 2021 health rates for active employees, non-medical and medical eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for core and buy-up. B, proposed 2021 healthcare rates and plan design changes for active, non-medical and medical eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administrative medical plan for Community Blue. C, proposed 2021-2022 healthcare rates for Medicare retirees participating in the Humana, Medicare Advantage, HMO, and PPO plans. D, proposed 2021 CIRIX monthly fee for continued HRIS system administration of all benefits for active, non-medical, and medical eligible retirees. E, authorize the superintendent and staff to negotiate and execute the 2021 contract renewal with WageWorks Healthy Equity for flexible spending / COBRA administration. F, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2021 contract for stop loss insurance coverage. G, amendment approval of Express Scripts programs, Rational Meds, Save on SP, Advanced Opioid, Affordable Care Act, ACA, and HIV PrEP coverage and HIV Care Value Plan. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Tapman. So the motion's been made and seconded. Are there any board members who would like to have an item retracted? Ms. Collins.
I need to pull out number 6 so I can recuse myself.
Okay. Item 6. And Ms. Dyson.
6 and 9 so that I may recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay. So we will be voting on the consent agenda for items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8. Any comments from the board on items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8? Oh, welcome back, Mr. Ballou. Seeing no comments, I have no pertinent comments related to these items on here because all of the items are, well, we're pulling H9 anyway. So I see no pertinent comments related to these items. So back to the board. Seeing no further comments from the board, Madam Secretary, would you please conduct the vote?
Mr. Gode, who was the second?
The second was Mr. Tapman.
Thank you. And you checked the online?
Yes, there are no pertinent comments. There are comments listing these items, but they are unrelated subjects.
Okay, please vote. Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson? Yes. Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
Ms. Dyson, can you mark your vote, please? Mr. Goday?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we will go to item 6, consideration of request for the approval of cooperative agreement between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Capital Area Human Health Services District Baton Rouge Mental Health Care Center / Children's Behavioral Health Services. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Bernard.
Okay, Miss Bernard moved and Mr. Tapman seconded. Are there any discussion?
I recuse myself.
And it has been noted that Ms. Collins has removed herself.
I recuse myself.
For number 6 also?
6.
Okay. So Ms. Collins and Ms. Dyson are noted as being removed from consideration. Any comments, questions from the board? There are no pertinent comments from the public. Back to the board. Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Goday?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now you can make me read number 9 again. Okay. Number 9, healthcare and ancillary benefits. Consideration of request for the approval authorization of the following. A, proposed 2021 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare and Medicare eligible retirees participating in the basic Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical programs for core and buyout. B, proposed 2021 healthcare rates and plan design changes for active non-Medicare and Medicare eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plan for Community Blue. C, proposed 2021-2022 healthcare rates for Medicare retirees participating in the Humana Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO plans. D, proposed 2021 Selenex monthly fee to continue HRIS system administration of all benefits for active, non-Medicare, and Medicare eligible retirees. E, authorize the superintendent and staff to negotiate and execute the 2021 contract renewal with WageWorks / Healthy Equity for flexible spending / COBRA administration. F, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2021 contract for stop-loss insurance coverage. G, amendment approval for Express Scripts programs, Rational Med, Save On SP, Advanced Opioid, Affordable Care Act, HIV, PREP coverage, and HIV Care Value Program. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Baloo, seconded by Mr. Lannis.
You put out Mr. Goday, Mr. Blue, and who?
Mr. Lannis.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the board? And it's noted that Ms. Dyson has recused herself from this, correct? Ms. Dyson has recused herself from this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any comments? No, seeing no comments. There are no pertinent comments from the public. Any comments? Last call for comments from the board. Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yay.
Can you mark your button, Ms. Collins?
It went away before I had a chance to. I don't know what happened.
So your vote is yay? Okay. Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Goday?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we go to item I in the standalone, the 2020-2021 school board meeting calendar. Consideration of request for the approval of the revised East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting schedule for the 2020-2021 school year. May I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Tapman, second by Mr. The reason for this is we voted on this at the last meeting, but there was an incorrect date on the backup data that was posted in postdocs. So this is no change to what we had planned, just a correction because of the accidental mistake on board docs. Any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I will recheck, but there are no pertinent comments related to this item on the public comment section. So back to the board. Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Goday, Mr. Blue was the second, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you were cutting out. Please vote. Mr. Blue?
Mr. Blue, your mic is muted. There we go.
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
Mr. Goday?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is new business, item J1, discussion and consideration of an application from International Meso Technologies. Item number 201-90026-ITE for an industrial tax exemption and related matters. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Tapman. Do I have a second? I will provide the second, or Mr. Baloo. Okay, Mr. Tapman, motion, Mr. Baloo, second. Are there any discussions from the board? Seeing none, I will go to the audience, or to the public, sorry. And we do have some comments, which I will read into the record. This is from Lana Williams. The school board is already struggling to make ends meet. Do you really want to give away tax dollars? I vote no and urge you to do the same. I will not read anonymous comments. From Stephen Poss, no permanent jobs were created and the work is done, so there's no incentive. Why should we should not accept this ITEP. Next is from Joy Chandler. Please vote against this request from Mezzo Technologies because it does not meet the school board guidelines, which should not grant exemptions for project where the beginning of construction has begun prior to the ITEP exemption and do not therefore constitute an incentive. Construction of this project began and ended in 2019. In addition, individual residents end up having to pay more property and sales taxes to make up shortfalls when corporate citizens don't pay their fair share. Superintendent Drake just bragged about 2 sales taxes that have passed during his tenure. If corporations had been paying their fair share, we would not have had to increase these regressive taxes that hit the poor and middle class the hardest. Additional expense will be incurred from this pandemic, and we need all the funding we can get. Today, we're also asking teachers to pay more for their insurance premiums, for their own supplies, etc. Please stop passing on additional costs to teachers to make up budget shortages. Those are the only comments I have. I will refresh. And I have 2 more comments that have come in, and I will close it from that point. From Jasmine Pogue, no other state in the U.S. opts out the funding public schools from business taxes. We should automatically say no to any ITEP request. It is fiscally irresponsible. And with COVID, like Mr. Godet said, we do not want what things look like. So you must vote against this item. And from Anna Marie Blank, most states don't let ITEP affect their school budgets, and when they do, the money lost is offset by the state. No matter how small the amount, we need this money in our district. The money they're taking from our schools could supply 3 classes with supply for a year. Other states don't rob their schools to subsidize business. We shouldn't either. And that concludes the public comment. Let's see, I should have, I guess, gone to this first to explain the process, and my apologies for that, but Mr. Miller from BRAC.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the time. It's good to be with you all, and if I could make light of one thing, it's really great to be sitting in my own chair versus the movie theater seating that normally we're sitting in the meetings. I'll give you a brief report on this project. This is a company that came before you all 1 year ago, but it's important to note that this is a completely different investment and a completely different addition than we discussed last year. So International Mezzo, in fact, according to the comments that you just read, did file an advance notification on February 1 of 2019. And they stated the project start date was also February 1 of 2019, and the end date, December 31, 2019. So all construction and all additions were completed in 2019. That is true. The application was filed to LED March 6th in 2020. So advance was filed in 2019. They started work after the advance was filed. And then they filed the application with the state, which gives, again, an itemized recap of the project, all final costs to the state. This is within the guidelines of the state statutes. And I wanted to make sure that I read this because I had a few questions. The application for the tax exemption may be filed within the department no later than 90 days after the beginning or the end of construction. That's what's in the current law. So they did meet the guidelines, and in fact did pass through the Board of Commerce and Industry, and which is why it's in front of you today. So a little bit about this project, and I'll go back to some of the changes, but again, International Mezzo is a design, engineering, and manufacturing company, and they manufacture heat exchangers from the very beginning, from concept and drawings all the way through the manufacturing, and including the drilling and fabrication and assembly. So from start to finish. Some of the equipment that they've added in is on the machine tooling equipment. To get into the granular, it's a Brother Speedio machine, a Haas lathe, and also a coolant block, vacuum systems, pump reducers, high flow capacities and capabilities. They've added to improve and ensure quality to the finished products, 3D software, and they've also added fixtures and expanded manufacturing capabilities. So the numbers, I know that's important to everybody. The investment was $270,392. They are creating 2 additional jobs. So they had an existing number of 38, and they've increased that job count to 40. They've already hired these 2 individuals, so it's the proof is in the pudding. And the great news is the salaries combined are $120,000. So this is a significant increase than what you saw last year, not only in investment but also salary ranges, which is providing some good data that this company is improving, growing, and doing good things. Their total payroll is $2,920,000. And so what affects the school board? I think that's really what you're interested in. The 10-year projection of tax revenue is about $63,060. The total abatement is $28,685. So revenue of $63,000, an abatement of $28,000, but specifically to the school board, it's about a $10,298 abatement. So I'll say it again, school board, $10,298. One other additional fact I need to point out is on February 21st, 2020, this year, the Board of Commerce and Industry passed a resolution that supported local guidelines, but also stated that those guidelines must be adhered to in fact linked to what the state guidelines are. So prior to COVID-19, 4 months ago, the Metro Council was able to adjust their guidelines to make sure that they were in parallel with the state guidelines. I don't believe that the school board has had a chance. You guys have had a lot on your plate since COVID hit us all 4 months ago, but I did want you to know that your guidelines, though do provide some safety nets for the board, are not currently in line with the state. And again, this passed through the Board of Commerce and Industry, and for some reason we lean on our guidelines now of a project start date or a project end date. In fact, this will be reverted back to the Board of Commerce and Industry for a final decision. So those are kind of the facts of where we are. This is a great investment. This is a great company in school board member Collins District. And I think we're going to see continued investment with this company. But I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Collins.
I had received some concern about the project being completed and therefore not being a true incentive. I want some clarity though around those dates because I did ask about them. Once I checked into the dates, it came across to me that the project was started at the same time the advanced paperwork was done. I don't know how this company does their books necessarily, But to me, that sounds like when they began planning for the project, they had to put all those numbers together with their accounting person and their whoever the team is. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, I don't know that, or it doesn't appear to me in this particular instance that this is a matter of the project started and was complete, and then, oh, as an afterthought, now I'm going to apply for this tax. The timing of it sounds like, okay, part of my planning process for this is I am applying for this particular tax. I don't know that we can expect a business to say, I'm going to wait until I get a hard yes on an application. I think it's feasible to expect a business to plan around it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, I hear the concern that I've gotten from some people, but I'm not sure in this case it would apply to this situation. I'm still not quite certain how I'm gonna vote on this particular piece. I'm more or less favorable to it, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the concerns I received today. So I don't know if you can kind of speak to that, or if the company could speak to how the dates appeared.
Sure. Yeah. Companies must follow strict guidelines, and project managers, not only in my office and in the state office, guide them through that process. And so the first thing any company must do is file an advance notification. And it just gives the state notice that work is about to start up. The conversations begin well before that date of submittal, but it's always, we always want to ensure that a company doesn't start installing anything before an advance notification is filed, because if that's the case, then they would miss out on any kind of opportunity from a state incentive perspective. So the company, as you're seeing it, filed on February 1, and we're defining a start date of February 1. It doesn't mean that the machinery was actually plugged in or connected to the floor exactly on February 1 when they press submit on the computer. That's just a date that was estimated as a start date. The most important date that we need to follow as a group is that completion date and that application date, and making sure that when the work was completed, that they met their mark within a 3-month period. Am I answering your question correctly, though? Because I don't want to go too far in the wrong direction. So far, this company, was making a projection of hiring and installing and investing based on math well before any kind of advance notification was filed. But in this instance, they've held up their end of the bargain and actually ahead of the ball game. Normally, we're projecting companies to hire in the future, whereas they've already made their hires and they're doing really, really well. Now, I will lean on just a little bit because we brought a company last year, which was Etheridge Electric, which was a Plank Road project. And that company, due to COVID-19, has since shut down. And one thing we are seeing is a strain on the business community. And I think this is just one opportunity that we can come together and put a focus on companies that are continuously growing, continuously trying to invest in the community and continuing to hire. And I think it's important to continue supporting those because there is revenue coming into the school board due to projects like this. Again, this project never dips into the red. It is constantly in the black. It is constantly a moneymaker for the community, regardless of the property tax or not. This, the $10,000 abatement from the school board will still produce a $60,000 return in the first 10 years on this. So I hope I'm answering your question.
Are there any other comments from any other board members?
Mr. Lannis?
President Godey, am I good to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, Donnie, thank you, man. Since you have been working with our board, I've seen you been very diligent in your work and trying to walk us around the communities, go inside of those actual manufacturing plants and sites, and let us talk to the owners, let us talk to the workers, and let us actually see the work happening with our own eyes. And I really do appreciate that. And while I do appreciate it, there's some serious concerns in the back of my mind, and those concerns are for our teachers, our support staff, and most importantly, our students. Right now, we're in some very turbulent times, and all we continue to hear is that our budget at some point is going to be impacted. And what I want to say is, while I respect our business community from the bottom of my heart and hope that they thrive and continue to grow, at this time, unfortunately, I won't be able to vote with this because my main concern is making sure that our schools are getting back on the right track and that we have absolute safety for our students, and also that we can protect the future of the future impacts that are going to come to our district. So I just wanted to tell you that out of respect, that I respect all the work that you do. But unfortunately, this time, again, as you've seen in the past, I voted with you guys when it was regular circumstances, but we are not in regular times. So I just wanted to just send that respect for you and just let you know that. And I really do appreciate you being on here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. I appreciate it.
Are there any other comments from the board? Seeing none, we've already been to the audience, or the online audience. Madam Secretary, would you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis,
Abstain.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins,
I'm abstaining on this one.
Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Godey,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next is item J2, renaming of Lee High School. Consideration of proposed recommendation for renaming Lee High School. So Superintendent Drake, we will go to you first because we have not gotten your recommendation yet.
Thank you, Mr. Godey and board members. I want y'all to know that I attended and listened intently to the committee and public discussion on Monday night on renaming Lee High School. I want to thank the committee for all the work they did. It was an outstanding meeting, very professionally run. I want to thank Stacy Dupree and Marlon Kuzan, who ran and facilitated it very efficiently, and especially to those members who volunteered to serve. But most of all, I want to thank the students. We had 3 Lehigh students who served on that committee. I want to thank them very much. And we had 2 staff members from Lehigh who were on that committee. So those students, if you could have heard them, they spoke passionately and eloquently. It was really amazing. And here's what I heard from those students. Most of them wanted to keep the LM. Right now it's Lee Magnet High School. They wanted to keep that LM in there. Most of them, in fact, I think the majority of them, or all of them, wanted to keep the colors of the school and also the mascot of the school. 3 names came out of the committee. There were 3 votes, and 3 names came out of the committee. They were PBS Pinchback Magnet High, Liberty Magnet High School, and Louisiana Magnet High School. Those were the 3 names that were sent or forwarded from the committee. All are good names. I've researched them. They're all excellent. But I go back to what the students said, based on what I learned from that committee, and also especially the students who spoke so passionately in that committee. and also the fact that this name received the highest number of votes in any single vote, my recommendation is Liberty Magnet High School.
Thank you for your recommendation, Superintendent. So I will go ahead and make the motion since it's in my district. And my motion will be slightly different, Superintendent. My motion will be for Liberty High. My motion is to rename the school located on Lee Drive to Liberty High School. And that is my motion, and I will discuss some of the reasons behind that. So next, it's seconded by Mr. Tapman. And I will get to the speakers in a second, but my reasoning behind that is today the official name of the school is Lee High School, and today it is a magnet school, so they have been utilizing Lee Magnet in much of their publications and everything else. And with Liberty High School, that practice can continue, but 10 years from now or 15 years from now, if that school is no longer a magnet school, we do not need to be spending lots and lots and lots of money to be replacing signage and everything else associated with that. So my motion for the board to consider that has been seconded is for Liberty High School. With that, the floor is open. Mr. Lannis, you have the floor.
Yes, President Gode, again, thank you. And again, just to piggyback on something that the superintendent just said, the committee that worked on this renaming did a tremendous job. I applaud those students. I applaud those employees. I applaud those teachers. I applaud our entire community, because when they came together, it was good constant feedback. It was good compromise. There was no confusion. It was really good. However, I do think that this is a time where I really want to express how I feel on this particular matter, and why I said at the meeting that I appreciate all of the names that were put up. I was really hoping that tonight we would put up all three of the names, and then the board could then dialogue on it and select the name. And this is the reason why. I think it's just really hard for me to ignore that we live in a city that is 56% African American. That was just the facts. And I'm not trying to make this racial, but those are the facts, and we have to make sure that we uphold those facts. I think it's also worth noting that we have a school system that is 81% African American, yet we have no schools that have been named after African Americans besides Eva LaGuardia Center, and that school still has not received a proper signage due to several other instances. But again, even with that name, there is not one school in East Baton Rouge Parish that has been named after an African American person, someone that our students can look up to. And I think that, again, PBS Pitchback should have been a name that should have been submitted also for recommendation, and let the board go back and forth about it, about whether or not we're going to go with it or not. But just selecting one name, I just felt like it was almost an injustice. And I just want us to think about this too. This entire matter of what we're talking about race, and as it regards our community and with the things that we deal with. And while I have no problems with liberty, I just want us to think about and conceptualize the meaning of what liberty stands for. I'm just going to read something real quick. And it says, liberty, the state of being free within the society from oppressive, restrictive, restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, and political views. Everything that we're talking about right now has not been connected to liberty. This is what we're trying to work towards, but it's not connected to it. We have a long-standing history in the city, and we need to heal. And I think for a lot of people, the way that we heal is to give them something that they could be proud of. And this is one of the things I was talking about at one of the other meetings, especially with our students. And I appreciate their voices so much. But as it regards race, a lot of our students can't conceptualize what that means yet, because they haven't reached a level for them to truly understand that yet. And I just want us to recognize that also, and I just want to lift that up. And again, I would really hope that if it is at all possible, if we can make a friendly amendment to add PBS Pitchback in so we can vote on either PBS Pitchback or Liberty High School, I think that would be very, very much appreciated all across this community. But just to simply write it off, I'll say that it's going to disappoint a lot of people. Based off the polling that I have received, PBS pitchback was very high. Based off the emails that I know everybody received on our school board, there has been tremendous support saying that PBS pitchback should definitely be considered. And I think right now we're kind of writing that off by going with Liberty solely by itself. And I'm just going to stop right there. And I just really hope that we can make a friendly amendment tonight, or we can add in a friendly amendment where we add in PBS pitchback, because I can guarantee you the comments tonight are going to be in support of PBS pitchback, a lot of them. So I just wanted you guys to be cognizant of that.
Mr. Lannis, I'm a little bit confused because we need to make a motion to name the school. So would you like to make a substitute motion for PBS Pinchback? Because we can't vote on two names for the same school. So would you like to make a substitute motion?
Yes, sir. My apologies. I thought it was approved. But yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we name the school PBS Pitchback.
Okay. And is there a second to the substitute motion? Mr. Howard seconds. Okay. So the substitute motion is now on the floor with PBS Pinchback as the recommended name. Mr. Tatman, you're next on the list.
Thank you, President Goday. I appreciate the work that the committee has done. It seems like there was a lot of time and effort, and I appreciate the time that staff has put into it. This board member is not going to vote for any person to be named for a high school in East Baton Rouge Parish. In fact, at a later point, once we get through the COVID things and we start focusing on what really is important in our district, which is serving students and families, I'm going to ask for a review of all of our schools and any school that's named after an individual to review that. I think we need to get away from that so that something doesn't come up at some point in the future that would impact that school. I think I would like to go to neighborhoods. I'm fine with Liberty. Certainly, I want to follow the school board member in that arena. I am not for naming any of our schools in the future after individuals. I think we need to get away from that. I think the issues relative to the cost related to the changes make sense for Liberty because I think there are a number of things with uniforms, with some of the signage that will be able to stay the same. So there's some economies of scale with that. But that is this individual board member's position. And I wanted to make sure that I made that point because I am the second on the underlying motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Tatman. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Goday. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the members of the committee for the time and diligence that it took to get to this point to recommend the three names that we see before us. I also wanted to thank the board for doing the right thing and voting unanimously to change the name as we try to take our district in the right direction on a wave of progress. I too thought that we would come here today and just vote on all three of the recommended names from the committee. And I understand, Mr. Tatman, there's been several people who've talked to me about just naming schools after people in general, because you just never know what's going to happen in the future. So I understand all perspectives, which is why I would have liked for us to just recommend all of them and then we just decide which one it is. But I do want to take a moment to talk about PBS Pinchback and just the meaning of, so we talk about Lee being a STEM school and being like creating all of these science influenced careers as it relates to engineering and all of those great things. PBS Pinchback Engineering Hall at Southern University is one of the greatest producers of engineers, both black and white, throughout the state of Louisiana. And so I just think that would be an opportunity for us to create continuity between Southern and our school system, and creating a pathway to success, and people seeing themselves going into a school where they can then go into a university and be educated in PBS Engineering Hall at Southern University. I think it's an opportunity. Again, I understand our perspectives. I know this is a difficult situation, but I just thank you guys for voting to rename the school in the first place, and then for the committee for putting the hard work at recommending the 3 names that we had before us. So obviously we know where I stand based off of my second to the motion. But again, just thank you all for doing the right thing.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I too attended the Lehigh Naming Committee meeting, and I listened intently and I took notes. I also rewatched the YouTube video that was sent to us yesterday. There were a number of committee members who asked that the school not be named after a person. And I think at this time that it's most appropriate that we just avoid naming schools after a person. We know that it's been problematic for some schools in the community. It's not a unifying thing. But the thing that most impressed me was one of our students. He's a junior at Lee High School. His name is Ronald Gibson. He is a person of color, not that that matters, but he said that the school shouldn't be named after a person at all, and he liked Liberty Magnet School, that you could keep the Patriot logo. I was most impressed with him. He seems to be sort of pure of heart and so sincere. I very much appreciated that our children today still believe in unity, and they believe that we can be together as a community. I think that was what Mr. Gibson was expressing to us, and I have so much faith in the young people of today, and I appreciated those 3 young people who served on the committee, as well as all of the other committee members. I took notes. Several other people in the audience and on the committee expressed the desire that the school not be named after a person. There was a lady there by the name of, I think it was Brenda Smith, who said that it shouldn't be named after a person, that it should be, and she's an alumna of McKinley High School, and she said that it should be named Public School 001. I'm not sure if she was serious, but she really was sincere in what she was saying. So I wonder if Mr. Lannis would consider, for a friendly amendment, that instead of proposing Pinchback High, that he proposed that we vote on both of those, Liberty and Pinchback, the same way that we do when we're taking a leadership vote, or the same way that we voted when we were selecting the superintendent, so that when each person was called, they would just name the name that they preferred. Mr. Lannis, what do you think about that?
I'll say I have no problem with that, but honestly, I can already kind of see where this is going to go. We're going to put both of them up, and we're not going to pick Pinchback anyway. But in the midst of saying that, I want to also say this to Board Member Tapman. I respected everything that you said, because a lot of it did make sense, but I did just want to clarify some things. So in terms of the signage, I want to talk about that. And this is my due diligence, or the research I did on it. So the signage is going to cost us, in 4 different variations, $2,700. $8,200, $25,000, and $45,644,000. And again, as we said before, the community has already said that they're going to come in and help us by giving money. So I just wanted to lay that out there. As it regards naming schools after communities, I want to also lift something up, because this came up during the renaming committee meeting, that the community that Lehigh actually sits in, South Downs, is named after a plantation that is not here, but is named after a plantation. In fact, there are several streets around the South Downs area that are named after Confederate governors or people that supported the Confederacy. So I just want to lift it up also, just to say that, you know, when we talk about naming schools after communities, there are several things that we have to also take into consideration. And I don't think it's a bad thing naming schools after people. The problem is you're naming schools after bad people. Anybody that pushed for oppression, anybody that pushed for anything that deals with racism, those are not people that we should name schools after. And to be quite frank about it, we should have did this a long time ago, but unfortunately we didn't. So now we're dealing with it now. But I just want to also lift something up that some people may not know about PBS Pitchback. Had it not been for PBS Pitchback, people like myself, board member Collins, board member Vice President Howard, we wouldn't be here, because what he did was very important. He helped to push and support the Morrell Act, which is also known as the Land Grant Act. And without that act, you don't have Southern University. You don't have Grambling State University. You don't have HBCUs around this country at all. And that was something that he pushed for higher education and education for Black people all across the board at a time when nobody would allow Black people to go to college. That means something. Again, we're talking about a district that is 81% African American. We want to also lift up our students while also giving them something to appreciate, support, and something they can identify as. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And like I said, as I said before, I will entertain the friendly amendment, but I already know where it's going to go. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lannis. I do not, you know, leadership is votes are particularly spelled out within the policies, and this is really a resolution, so I think we need to hand it as a resolution. I'd like to go to read the public comments on this item and then come back to the board. So first we have Lana Williams, I vote Liberty Magnet. Next we have Donna Walker. I'm requesting that Lee High School not be named after any person. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. Anonymous, I will not read. From Hannah Amoroso. The renaming of Lee Magnet sparks much interest and strong desire for transparency. A public survey asked for suggestions for new names, but the board released nothing following that. I was not able to find the results of the survey, who the committee members were, or the process used to narrow the choices down. Only with difficulty and help was I able to find the policy for naming buildings used in the district's website. The school renaming committee held a public forum on July 13th that was not listed on board docs, not broadcast, and not live streamed. The information that committee used and the names they chose were not available to the public even now. I was able to find a news segment that gave me some information I was seeking, but was unable to get any from the school board website. Always, but especially when there is heightened public interest, the school board should make every effort to make these policies and processes widely available and transparent. From Serafin Nunez, I would like to voice my support for naming Lee High School as Liberty High School. Government should not be in the business of controversy. This is the most neutral name proposed, yet still satisfies the motivations that led to the renaming proposal. Regardless of race, creed, origin, or political affiliation, liberty should be a universal goal for all Americans. From Ashley Casey, when I moved to Baton Rouge, I was so embarrassed when friends would come to visit and they would see the Lee High School sign with the Confederate flag on it. I would fall into a long discussion how that does not reflect who we are in Baton Rouge, but of course it would be met with skepticism. Renaming Lee High School finally gives us a chance to show what Baton Rouge really is, and I believe there is not a better name than Liberty High School. It reflects America's bedrock values and could be a way to highlight our city's unique place among Southern cities as a place where we're constantly working toward a more perfect union through events like the 1953 Baton Rouge bus boycott. Liberty High School is the perfect name for the Patriots. Corey Delahousie, thank you for allowing change in our committee. It was an honor and a pleasure to be on the renaming committee, and it is my hope that our committee supports this change in historical moments. On a side note, thank you, Mr. Drake, for all you've done for our parish, our kids, and our school. Enjoy retirement. You deserve it. For Mr. James Finney, Liberty High School is an excellent name for the school. And because it unfortunately does not have an attendance zone, it would be reasonable and appropriate to make it Liberty Magnet High School. Gary Chambers, please name the school PBS Pinchback High School. We should give this man honor as Louisiana's first black governor. Hopefully one day we'll be able to say a future black governor of Louisiana is a graduate of Pinchback High. This nation is watching our city. How you vote matters. Please honor the right side of history. Don't sidestep the opportunity to do the right thing. Ann Patton, as a Lehigh alum, I was disappointed in the limited choices for Lehigh School renaming. Louisiana Magnet High competes and confuses with LSMSA, which is accurately named, pulls from the entire state. Liberty seems to be overly jingoistic and related the name of fictitious high school in a book Netflix series, 13 Reasons Why, which is broadly known for student suicide. In our current climate of learning about owning and healing racial injustice, honoring the first black governor in the entire United States who happened to serve in the state of Louisiana. Regardless of how brief his term, PBS Pinchback possesses significance. It's 2020 and he's still the only black governor Louisiana has had. Also suggested by graduates of former Lee High School, Joy Wallace. She was prolific and beloved teacher to several decades of Baton Rouge students. Great educators should have their legacy honored. From Amber Blair, I write you tonight as a parent of 2 EBR magnet schools, one of which is Lee. From a purely practical standpoint, one of the 2 choices that allows a school to continue to use the LM mark just makes good sense. Students and their parents have poured out their money to purchase LM branded attire. Our team has raised private funds to supply new uniforms with this logo, and the school itself has gone to great lengths to instill the LM brand across the state. When so many of our public schools fight for legitimacy among a myriad of private school options, I have vested interest that we will not find ourselves starting over with that fight with a new trademark and mascot. While Liberty Magnet will maintain the LM trademark, Liberty already has a university connotation as well as a corporate recognition, Liberty Mutual. Our Lee family seeks more individually than that. Louisiana Magnet provides individuality and an anchor in our state. From Gino McLaughlin, I am writing to express my support for naming Lee High School to PBS Pinchback High School based upon data provided in the community service survey. Of the 3 remaining names, 98 respondents suggested Liberty High, representing 1.65% of all responses. 45 people nominated Louisiana High, which equates to 0.84. By the contrast, the name PBS Pinchback received 300 nominations, of which 5.6 of all respondents, and the most of any name brought forth by the renaming committee. With that said, we have an opportunity to do something to make positive news for a change. PBS Pinchback was the first black governor in U.S. history. He was lieutenant governor of the state, was elected to the U.S. Senate, the state Senate, the State Board of Education, director of New Orleans Public Schools, and helped found Southern University. I can't think of a valid reason as to why anyone would find his name controversial. If anything, is a history lesson that is yet to be told when contrasted with the 75 years in which our community lived under the cloud of miseducation as it relates to Robert E. Lee. The board has an opportunity to right a wrong with a name that is on the right side of history. The other 2 names lack a fraction of community support because they provide a false sense of unity, and the numbers bear that out. I ask you to be bold and courageous and give this community and the school a name that will provide a valuable history lessons to us all. From Anna Laurent, my 2 former Lehigh students fully support the renaming to Louisiana Magnet High School Patriot. Allows for a much smoother transition for groups that use the existing LM logo. So that completes the public input. And now we will go back to the board. And Mr. Catman, you were next on the list.
I waive.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, after hearing all of the comments and everything, I must say that I can't go with the friendly amendment, and I'd much rather see the vote go down as I originally proposed it. If we're going to vote against it or vote with it, then so be it. But I think that let's go ahead and vote it.
Yes, and I did not think that the friendly amendment was procedurally correct. So we're not going that route anyway. So we've been to the board, we've been to the public, back to the board. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. I had a couple of questions and comments. You proposed to take out the magnet piece in that, and from the conversation I'm hearing, and from watching the recording of the committee, it seems like magnet was an important piece in that. If they have already done work on rebranding and T-shirts and whatever other paraphernalia that they have, it seems like that might interfere with what the students wanted. Although I was really I'm really leaning toward what the majority of the students and the parents have contributed. And, I've gotten a lot of phone calls and text messages and things of that nature from parents and from students who wanted me to take a look at everything and to consider Liberty as I was leaning towards PBS pinchback based on the numbers that I saw in the percentages from the surveys. But the and the emails we got, although I know many of those emails were not local, and many people around the country are looking for us to do something really really different than anything else that's going on in the rest of the country. But what's most important to me, as always, are what our families, especially our students, are asking for. And from what I hear, it's liberty for a number of reasons. I know what they did back in 1959 was truly horrendous, and it was done in the wrong spirit. I'm happy that we're finally looking to correct that wrong. And I also recall from the meetings that as they were speaking and talking about compromise, there were more than a couple of people on that committee who spoke about perhaps looking at the buildings and placing some names on buildings within the formerly known as Lee High School area. I don't recall how many buildings there are, but there may be an opportunity for us to label some buildings, or even like we did in some of the other areas, in some of the other schools where we've given honor to different people on other campuses. So I'm hoping that we'd be open to that, because that's definitely something that our people are looking to see happen. So I'm not so sure about that, taking that magnet off of there. So I don't know which way to go on this, guys. So that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. I'm next on the list. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One, the current name of the school is Lee High School. There is no magnet in the official name of the school, but they have used all the documentation and everything else to project the magnet image and magnet name, and that option would still be there. tomorrow, if the name is Liberty High School, it would be no change from what they're doing today. It's just Liberty instead of Lee. So that's not going to be that big of an item. If they're happy with Lee High School today and calling it Lee Magnet, that's fine. But I'm also not trying to tie the hands of future boards and future strategic plans where that may or may not be a magnet school. So, and I also wanted to address something that was said earlier, and I don't want the public to have the wrong image. Yes, Liberty High School was low at less than 1%, but Liberty Magnet High was the highest name coming in the surveys. So if you combine the two, it's even higher than that. So I'm only proposing taking out the magnet in the official name of the school so that it can revert to the same things that it is today, but that will not stop any marketing or anything like that of it as a magnet school, because everything they're doing today with the current name, they can do tomorrow with the name Liberty. So that was my only rationale behind that in doing that. So next we go to Mr. Lance.
Yes, thank you again, President Goda, and it's probably my last time commenting on this before we go to the vote. But I just felt like I'd be remiss if I did not speak at least some type of truth to power to this, because I'll be lying and selling myself short and my community short if I did not speak on this issue, because I just find it very disappointing. And I find it disappointing because, you know, not to try to racialize this, but we have to speak on it. I just find it disappointing that whenever it comes down to celebrating someone of color or celebrating someone that is Black, it is hard for us to do, and I don't understand it. When it was Lehigh, wasn't no issues. We didn't talk about changing names of schools up until this point when we begin to talk about this. We have nothing to celebrate in this community that celebrates and uplifts Black people. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about healing. When you heal, you fix something by giving something in return for the wrongdoing. And I think that this is something that is easily for us to escape and get away from this moment, but we're gonna still live in this moment, even after we change it. Even after we change it, let's say we go with Liberty, we're still going to be living in the same moment that we're living in this country that we're going through today. Police brutality, violence against people of color, all of these things that marginalize people's voices. And while some people may not want to hear it, it is the truth, and I have to speak the truth. I just don't see any reason why we can't go with PBS Pitchback and still uplift our students and do all of the things that we're saying right now we're going to do. Making the school a magnet school, making sure it is a top example for the rest of our entire state. Some people don't want to hear that. Some people want to go the easy route. I don't want to go the easy route, because easy is not how we got here. We got here doing something difficult, but we did it together. We're talking about changing something. Let's change something that is going to be great for our community. Even when we talk about Eva Lagarde, when we talk about naming a school after her, look how long it took us to get her to a point to name a school after her, and we named a school after her that is not even active. And it took us a difficult point to get there. But I'm saying all this to say, I'm saying this as my educator hat, as a school board member hat, as someone that is a student of history. If you want to fix history, fix it the right way. And the right way to do it is naming this school PBS Pitchback. And I'm going to stop there and we can go to the vote.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Tapman.
Yes, thank you, President Goday. How much money have we raised so far to help offset the cost of this? Do you have that number?
I think it's $257.
And what I'm sorry, and what were I don't want to put you on the spot because I don't do that to people on the board, but what are the estimated costs of the name change?
All in between 250 and
300,000.
Yes, sir.
$250,000 and $300,000. And how much have we raised? Again, I'm sorry.
Less than $250.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to make a comment that the public discussion it does not stay open indefinitely. I closed the public comment period at about 8, I think it was 8, I'm trying to find the list here, at about 8:20 or 8:25 when we close it. So comments that have come in after that point will not be read because we just can't leave those open forever, just like it would be in an in-person board meeting. When the public comments are closed, the public comments are closed. So for those of you who are saying you have not had your comments read, those came in after the public comments were closed. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Trying to thank you.
There you go. We hear you.
Yeah, great. There was one other thing I neglected to say, and I recalled it after he mentioned, after Mr. Lannis mentioned something about Polk and Eva Lagarde. I know we're still waiting to get the budget on what that's going to cost, but that also brings to mind that there are a couple of elementary schools that we are going to completely demolish and combine. And somebody's name has got to go. I don't see us. We're going to need a name for that elementary school, and we have other schools in the pipeline as well. Although I know some board members are not agreeable to naming a school after a person. I would probably be the first one to say, let's take that name to that new elementary school and start teaching our children early about the history of Louisiana and good world history and all of the other things that we're kind of missing here. So I don't know if that opportunity is completely gone if that doesn't happen here with this school, the school formerly known as Lee High School. But I think the opportunity is still there, and I wouldn't completely shut the door on that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other comments in request to speak in the queue, we will now conduct the vote on the substitute motion to name the school PBS Pinchback High School. Madam Secretary, would you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. Mr. Blue.
This is on the substitute motion.
No. This is on the substitute motion to name it PBS Pinchback High School.
Mr. Blue.
No.
No way.
Mr. Howard. I'm sorry, Mr. Lannis.
YES, yes.
Mr. Howard.
Yes.
Ms. Collins.
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Have to abstain. I
Ms.
can't
Dias?
say no on that one.
Okay. Ms. Dyson.
No.
Mr. Gode.
No.
Ms. Dyson, what is your vote?
No.
You need to reflect that in your online.
How do I do that again?
It should give you the place to adjust the change at the top.
There's a red box at the top right.
Gotcha.
Mr. Gode.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
Ms. Bernard.
No.
Mr. Tapman.
No.
The item fails.
So now we will revert back to the original motion. And Mr. Shamlin, do I have to go back through the board and public comments on the original motion?
No, and if there are no additional comments, right? You read what you had before.
There are comments that have come in after I closed it on the original portion.
Okay. No, if it's after you close the public comments, no, you don't need to read the additional ones.
Agreed. I agree with that.
Thank you. So now we will be voting on the original motion to name the school Liberty High School. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Please vote. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis, Mr. Lannis,
Yes.
Mr. Howard,
No.
Ms. Collins,
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Gode,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tatman.
Yes.
The item carries.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to item J3, consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Basis Charter School Operators. Mr. Shamlin. Or, I'm sorry, do we have a motion? I can't see my screen yet. There we go. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Ballou?
President Gode,
Yes.
before you get the second motion, is it possible to use a point of public privilege before you move on, or is the other motion done?
Yeah, it's already on the floor. We can come back.
To the last item?
No, we can come back after this item if you want to.
So use my point of public privilege? Okay, that's cool.
Mr. Ballou made the motion. Is there a second? I will second. So there's a motion and a second. Mr. Shamlin, would you like to take the floor and explain?
Yes. The board's request some time ago was that we bring contracts related to charter schools following their approval as operators back to the board for approval. And this is the first such contract. This is the Basis Charter School, the second Basis school. The contract itself basically follows our charter policy, which this board approved a little over a year ago. And this follows the approval of Basis as a charter operator, or BBR schools as a charter operator in the district. So this contract formalizes the agreement between the EBR school board and BBR charter operators to operate Basis Charter School. And I'll take any questions.
Mr. Howard.
Yes, so I have two things to say. The first thing is based. I know we're off of the last privilege, but I just want to uplift to staff that we have received philanthropic support to pay for signage, to pay for all of those things. So whenever there is the necessary quote to get with those partners to make sure that we are not fielding the cost and it's not the $250 that we have raised through the foundation, there are people who are willing to fit the bill on that. So don't miss out on the opportunity to have partners in the community pay for the things that we desire with this name change. The second thing is with this particular contract, I just want to lift up that because I've received several comments and concerns about, you know, the whole idea of Basis. The Basis charter application has already come to the board and has already been approved by this board. So there is a record of where the votes stood on the particular contract of, the particular application of the school. Now we are moving forward with the contract of operation based on the board's previous approval of the school. So I just wanted to clear that up for clarity purposes for the record, for the purposes of people asking that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes, sir. I don't see the live yet. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to use a point of public privilege to come back to the last item, just to uphold something. One, I have two things that I want to say. One, I find it very odd that we can accept buildings on school campuses being named after people of color or being named after people, but not schools. So I just want to get that one. But two, I will accept that because I have no choice but to, and I'm pretty sure our community doesn't have any choice but to accept it also. And what I will say is that I hope that we live up to the commitment that was made at the renaming, and that we do follow through and name those buildings after those people so that they can be uphill. We heard several different names. We heard PBS Pitchback was a name. We heard Oscar Dunn was a name. There were several other names too. And I just hope that we do follow through with that as we make that commitment at the renaming committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Any other comments on the basis contract? I have requests to speak, but Mr. Howard covered what I was going to say, that this is just placing into effect the application of our charter school policies into the contract. This is not authorizing a new charter school that's already been done. This is just actually putting into the legal language, and this contract will form, if Mr. Shamlin, if I'm correct, this contract will form the basis or the template for the other contracts, because for too many years, we've had charter schools operating without firm contracts, and this contract will act as a template for the charter school contract with our other charter operators. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Collins.
Okay, thank you for making that statement. I think that probably helps as you and Board Vice President just stated. It is important for us to have a contract once a charter is actually approved. That has been an issue in the past, but I do have concern around bases not fulfilling their the proportionate demographics in the district. And is there any way to address that in the contract?
Well, just to speak to that briefly, and there may be other staff that can also address this. I believe that concern is related to the first basis school, which has a corporate segment or corporate piece of the contract where there's a partner. This contract is actually a little different. It's more like the traditional arrangement for charter schools. There's no corporate partner. And so I don't believe that would be as much of a concern with this particular arrangement. But again, I think it's a matter of looking at the actual agreement and re-examining that first contract in detail, and we can talk about that. That wouldn't be the time to do it now, but that's something we can certainly address and talk about a little bit later.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lannis?
Yes, thank you again. Is anyone on the line from, or is anyone on our call from Basis that can speak to us or answer any of these questions?
I believe so. Yes.
Good evening. Okay, if there is, I would love to pose a question. Oh, I see him right there. Hey, how you all doing? So there have been several concerns and questions surrounding, I see Roberto too. How you doing, Mr. Roberto? Yes, so there have been several conversations and concerns around the community as it regards the racial makeup of the school in comparison to the racial makeup of the first basis school. So I just want to give you all the opportunity, or at least ask, is there any way that you can explain that to the community as a whole? Because what I can say is I am pleased where the new school is going to be. And if anybody doesn't know where the new location is going to be, it's going to be near Mid-City, where there are some underserved communities in that area. I think it's the old Richards Honda dealership. So I think it is placed in an area where there is a strong need. But however, I think the community has a strong concern saying, even though the school is there, they want some commitments to ensure that the racial makeup of that school also mimics the area where it is. So if you could, please just give some feedback or some dialogue around that.
Certainly. Good evening, President Godet, members of the board. Deanna Rowe, the Executive Director for EBR Schools and Basis Charter Schools. With me this evening, I have Aaron Kendall, who is the new CEO of Basis Ed, our management company. And as you noted, Roberto Ramirez is on the phone as well. He is our dynamite school leader there in Baton Rouge at our women's soon-to-be Matera campus. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and if I may, I'd first like to thank Mr. Shamblin and Ms. Okonski for the collaboration that we had in developing this contract that will become the template for the district moving forward. We appreciated the opportunity to share some concerns and provide some input into that structure. I believe that the concerns of this body from a perspective of the demographics served and any corrective actions are captured within the contract terms itself. So we had a great deal of discussion around that. As it relates to our Mid-City campus, we intentionally picked the Mid-City location for our new campus in an effort to be able to continue to serve not only a diverse group of families within the Baton Rouge community, but certainly to provide additional access to students who may not have the access at our original Matera campus. Aaron, did you want to add anything?
No, I mean, I think you captured it pretty well. I would just say, in addition to locating this campus in a way that provides broader access throughout the parish, it would add that we actually have a commitment is when we market and do our outreach, when we start to enroll the school, that we'll do that broadly and really market and outreach to anybody who's got who has school-aged children. So that's our commitment. We want the school to be accessible to anybody who wants a basis education. And so with the location and with our marketing outreach, that's our commitment to making this more broadly accessible to everybody in the community. And as Deanna mentioned, that's codified in the contract as well.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from any board members? Seeing none, I will go to the online comments, and I'm going to refresh my numbers now and then close that off. So the first comment from Anna Fogel. There's no good. Well, before we do this, I just want to reiterate that this is a contract to legalize our relationship with the board. This is not approving a new charter school. So this is from Anna Fogel. There is no good and honorable reason to give an additional contract to Basis. They are in breach of the first and their services are not needed in Mid-City. Please do not further erode our district with another harmful charter contract. Until they are fully in compliance with their current contract, their proposal should be soundly rejected. And even then, highly scrutinized and weighed for the harm it does to the district. From Irene Barry, I do not support the rubber stamping of yet another charter school in EBR. There are already enough charters at this point, and I am sick of seeing funds taken away from traditional public schools that are held to much higher standards and teach children of all backgrounds and abilities. Please reject this item. From Belinda Davis, I oppose the original Basis school because nationwide they have a pattern of excluding English as a second language learners and low income from their schools. This runs counter to Louisiana law, which requires charter schools to serve our most at-risk children. In March, Bessie received a report on how well our state charter schools are doing in following the law that requires their schools to look like the districts they're serving. BASIS is supposed to have an economically disadvantaged population of 69.6% for their student body that is not connected with the Women's Hospital. They have only 38.4 economically disadvantaged students. Why are we giving them a second school that can't follow the law in the school they have? Mr. Goday, when we met to discuss my original objections to BASIS, you assured me that you would make them follow the law. The board has failed in this regard. I am urging the board to reject this contract. Anna Fogel, I'm going to allow a second comment, but this is the last time. As reported by the advocate on May 12, 2019, when the first BASIS contract was approved, Board President Mike Goday voted yes. Thursday night to the second BASIS charter school, but was not without criticism. At one point, Goday made a motion that would require the new BASIS school to comply with longstanding state law by its third year of operation. Specifically, a provision that says charters cannot fall below 85% of the enrollment in economically disadvantaged and special education students in the district that authorized them. Goday later withdrew this motion, but said he is not forgetting. I am admonishing anyone that we will be enforcing the state law with renewals and other things. Mr. Goday, you cannot keep integrity as president of the East Baton Rouge School Board and approve the second contract to BASIS. I urge all board members to deny a second contract to BASIS. From Jasmine Pogue, we're requested you put off approving this contract until a future date. The current BASIS school's demographics shows a school population of 27% Black children and 52% white children. East Baton Rouge Parish has a racial makeup of 52% Black children and 32% white children. In addition, EBR Public Schools has a racial makeup of 78% Black children and 10% white children. No other school in our district is this lopsided in reflecting either the school district itself or the parish's racial makeup. In addition, the percentage of economically disadvantaged students in the basic enrollment zone is listed as 81.9%, but as a charter school, they must reflect 85% of that number, which comes to 69.6%. In reality, only 38.4% of the population is economically disadvantaged, and so they do not meet the percentage required by law. BASIS is shaping itself to be a charter program in EBR for wealthy and white children and their families. Please take time to include racial and social economic equity to this contract. From Megan Sheena Dean, I urge you to reconsider offering a contract to BASIS to operate a second charter school at this time. Section 2.4, page 7 of the contract states non-compliance with exhibits D and E shall be considered a material breach of this agreement. These are the sections related to enrollment policies. The existing BASIS charter schools does not comply with this part of the agreement. 69% of their enrolled population, student population is supposed to be economically disadvantaged, but practice only 38% fits that criteria. Why would you be so quick to offer them a second contract if they are in material breach of the first agreement? From Anna Marie Blank, please amend the contract to include a provision for consistent racial and socioeconomic reports to be submitted by BASIS to EBR Public Schools on a quarterly basis, starting with August 2021 enrollment. If the school does not show racial and socioeconomic equity based upon the current EBR Public School enrollment makeup of the population, BASIS needs to explain the discrepancy and submit a plan to bring them into compliance. If BASIS cannot create a school population that is not majority white and cannot meet its economically disadvantaged enrollment zone, then this new BASIS contract should be terminated and not allowed to continue. From Tanya Nyman, please defer consideration or vote to deny the contract for second BASIS campus, second BBR schools BASIS. As 2019-2020 report on school performance documents, BASIS has failed to comply with state law, serving too few economically disadvantaged students. Because BASIS at Women's Hospital is a corporate charter, it is allowed a significantly reduced benchmark and still falls short of this requirement. That should compel the board to vote unanimously to deny this contract or at least defer it till it can be adequately amended. In addition, basis in the embodiment of institutionalized racism which exists in our education policy. They flout the law in order to serving children with low-income families and use lease agreements to effectively engage what is a modern-day version of redlining to siphon funds out of majority-minority, high-poverty school districts into the coffers of private companies. This is Basis's business model nationwide: defer or deny. From Mary Juno: dear school board members, I ask that you defer a vote or simply deny a new contract to Basis. Basis has not complied with state law regarding services to disadvantaged students, although the benchmark has already been lowered. State law means nothing to keep financing the corporations that ignore it. You have a fiduciary to responsibly fulfill. Mr. James C. Finney: this matter should be fully considered by the Committee of the Whole before board action, and only when the public is allowed to be present to make comments in person. However, Basis should absolutely not be contracted to create a second charter school, given that they're in breach of contract on the first charter school with no clear path to become compliant with their statutory obligations. From Maria Harmon: I ask that you defer consideration of or vote to deny the contract for a second campus of BBR schools. This seems pretty much the same as the 2019-2020 report on school performance according to the requirements under RS 173991 and Vested Bulletin 126, Chapter 27, Section 2713 documents. Basis has failed to comply with state law regarding providing services to economically disadvantaged students. Page 7 report. They serve too few students who are economically disadvantaged. Because Basis at Women's Hospital, the corporate charter, it already allows significant release benchmark, and it still fails extremely short of this requirement. That alone should compel the board to vote unanimously to deny this contract. Basis is the embodiment of institutionalized racism which exists in our school system. They use the law to their advantage in order to avoid serving children from low-income families, and they use lease agreements in order to engage with his modern-day redlining, denied contract. From Hannah Amoroso: I am writing to request that the second contract approval be delayed until the first Basis is compliance with serving proper percentage of disadvantaged children as written into the law regarding charter schools. So that ends the public comment. So Mr. Shamlin, I will ask you if you would not mind commenting on the first Basis contract and what's in there and versus this contract, and then I will allow the Basis group to respond to some of the public comments, because I think some of them are, I just allow them to respond. Mr. Shamlin.
Yeah, but well, without referring specifically to the contract, as I don't have the first one in front of me, that contract has a corporate partnership piece, specifically with Women's Hospital, that allows for some differences in population enrollment based on the number of people from the Women's Hospital employment area who have their kids enrolled in the school. This is more of a traditional agreement, so it will look like some of the other charter school agreements that we have. Additionally, to answer some of the concerns that were raised in the comments, our policy, which we enacted last year, tracks the law, and this contract tracks the policy. So I think a lot of the concerns with regard to this specific agreement are being addressed specifically because we have a policy in place now that really will require certain things happen. We have a charter school support office that works with our schools closely to assist them with meeting some of these needs. We've begun to do that to kind of track those necessary needs and work with those staff to make sure things happen. And I don't want to call any other staff people to the mic, but these are questions we can also answer later if necessary. But this contract tracks our policy. It's sound. I'll answer any other specific questions that may come up.
That's fine, and I will allow folks at Basis to make a comment, or would you like to or not?
This is Aaron again, and again, I appreciate the board's time tonight. I want to be very respectful of everybody's comments and opinions. I know a lot of the comments you read are people feel strongly about. But I do want to say for the record that I do take exception, kind of categorizing us with some sort of institutional racism. I want to reiterate something that we said earlier. Any student who wants a basis education is welcome at one of our schools, regardless of your background or where you come from. Our mission is to provide what we believe is a world-class transformative education, and we want to provide that to whoever wants it, again, regardless of your background. We've never turned any student away for any reason other than the lottery. We do have more families who want in our school than we have seats, but that process is fair through a blind lottery. So that's the only reason any student has been denied access to one of our schools, is because we don't have enough seats for them, which is one of the reasons why we want to open up the second campus, because right now we have almost 700 students on our wait list. So there are clearly more families that want this education, and we're just trying to provide that for them. Again, regardless of where they come from or what their background is, we will educate anybody that wants a basic education. And we think by moving it in a more central part of the parish, that we will provide more access to more families. And again, we will commit to marketing outreach to all families with school-aged children. Anyone who qualifies in terms of their age for our campus, we're going to try to reach and convince them that this is a good place for their child to be educated. Not everybody wants a basic education, and we're respectful of that. But for all the families that want it, you're welcome, and we will reach out to all families who have school-aged children.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
So we'll go to Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins? Do you wish to speak, Ms. Collins? We'll go to Mr. Lannis.
1 second. Let me get my audio back on. I messed on my audio, but picture. I have a question for Attorney Shamlin. And we were to defer this matter just so we can get everything sorted out and get the community's concerns understood. When could this come back up again for consideration? And if we did defer, would it somehow throw bases off on their potential date that they wanted to open? Can you get some comment on that? Can't hear you.
Mr. Shamlin, your mic's not on.
Sorry about that. You could make a motion to defer this to the next regular board meeting or the COW in August, or to the next regular board meeting if necessary. I don't believe that would hamper BASIS's ability to operate, but I will let them speak to that. They may have some concerns on their side from a business standpoint. Would you like to address that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the timeline to open the school in the 2021 school year is tight. If this contract were approved at your August meeting, we would still be able to meet that. That would be the latest possible. If it did get approved then, we couldn't open the school for the 21 school year. And we'd also likely we would definitely lose this property. We'd have to start over again on our search for a new location.
So just so I'm correct, you said if we defer, you would have to wait and hold off on the property that you're trying to currently get?
Yeah, so we have the property under contract, and we're doing due diligence and other work, pre-construction work, so that we can keep the project on schedule. But if this contract isn't approved, then we would lose that property and have to start over on our search.
And for clarification, you mean
21. We'd have to then look at Lodge 22, and then again start to search, do another property search.
For clarification, you mean if this contract is not approved in August, is that correct?
August is our drop dead date. That's correct.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you were saying tonight. Okay, so
it's pushed. I'm going to tell you, I will say our contractor is going to make them really nervous, but we're definitely putting pressure on the construction timeline by doing this, but we absolutely can't go past August.
Let me also, Mr. Lannis, if you don't mind, let me speak to this just a little bit more as well. Just a reminder, this contract tracks our policy, right? I don't know that there'd be a lot of significant changes. Number one, we have to align with our own policy. The board approved the policy a year ago. And so my work has been to try to create contracts that respect that policy and align with it. So we can answer the concerns of the public, but I would have some caution. I'd like to caution the board in thinking that we could wholesale change a lot of this contract because it would affect the policy that we have in place. So just keep that in mind as we move forward.
Yes, sir. And I don't think we're looking for wholesale changes. I think that we're looking to answer a lot of the questions that really couldn't be answered tonight. And because it would not adversely affect them if we did change it, I would like to offer a second motion or an alternative motion to defer to the regular board meeting in August, just so it gives us that extra extended time to hammer out any questions that we have, and then I think we can vote again.
That would be a substitute motion.
Yes, sir. Substitute motion. I'm sorry.
Is there a second? The motion has no second. So we go back to the original motion. Mr. Howard.
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify a few things, not necessarily with basis, but just for the community, for the board as a collective. I just wanted to take this opportunity to shout out my committee who worked diligently on the policy related to charter school accountability. We worked extremely hard, and specifically in our conversation before we were our committee was deemed not transparent or we had to stop them. We work diligently with BASIS as a model for how we hold our charter schools accountable. And so, I mean, people, it's clear where I stood on the BASIS 1 and 2 application, but we worked diligent throughout this process to ensure that we did not get to this point anymore. And so I think our policy, as Mr. Shamlin has already alluded to, our policy now is in place that takes into consideration all of those things. We will be receiving report cards from all of our operators, not just BASIS on a yearly basis, just talking about the things that people are talking about. What is the enrollment in crime, and what is the demographics of the schools that are that's currently operated? So I think, and the reason I did not second your motion is because I am a firm believer that our policy takes into place all of those things that came up, and they were some of the things that I ensured would be a part of the policy so that we can hold our operators accountable who are not meeting the marks that they should make. So I'm in support of keeping the original contract on the table today, because I believe the reason that we worked so hard for those couple of months to get that policy into place was for situations like this. So I just wanted to lift that up in support of the work that happened with my committee during the time that we initiated the policy.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Mr. Goday, real quick, Mr. Lannis, was your substitute motion, just for the record, to defer? Did you give a date?
Yeah, I said the regular board meeting in August, but there was no second, so
I know. I just needed to note it in the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, just for the record, I think the deferment was for the community, just to feel like, just so they know that we are doing our due diligence to make sure all of their questions and answers are being heard. As I said before, I love the location where it is. I don't feel as though there's anything adversely, excuse me, I'm sorry about that, adversely problematic about it. So I just wanted to clarify that the deferment was so we can get all of the answers and questions hammered out at a time where it would not adversely affect you guys, but also just to make sure that we do our due diligence for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank
Oh, we can't hear you. There you go.
It was kind of jumping back and forth. Sorry about that. This school is right in my neck of the woods, and I've gotten a couple of questions about it. And speaking of the waiting list, that was a question that I had about waiting list, and can you guys tell us what's the makeup looking like as far as the economically disadvantaged kids? Can you tell from your waiting list what your student population would look like in a new school just based on your waiting list?
Well, it's a little difficult because of the new location. The enrollment for this campus won't strictly come just from that wait list. There's going to be a lot of new families closer to this location that apply. Mm-hmm. So it'll be more reflective of the community or the neighborhood that it's in than it is of our current wait list.
Oh, I see. The waiting list you have is for the Women's Hospital campus.
Correct. That's right. Yes, ma'am.
So you don't have any projections so far for the Mid-City campus?
Well, not yet, but I mean, I just want to be clear on this. There will be some of those families that are on the current wait list will want to come to this campus. We do have families on the wait list that are close to the new location. Majority of them are closer to the women's campus. But we do have some families, so there's going to be some families that want to come to this new campus that are on the wait list. But the majority of the new applications and the existing and the wait list that will result at this new campus will be closer to the new location. So it should be pretty reflective of the neighborhood that it's in. We also really believe we're going to attract a lot of families from the northern parts of the parish. That's one reason we like this location, because it opens up that provides more access to families from the northern part of the parish as well.
Yeah, well, you know, Mid-City is a pretty diverse area, so you know you should get a pretty well balanced group there. So we'll come and check it out.
Yeah, that's one reason we like it. We're looking forward to that.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Collins. You're still on me. You're still on mute. There we go.
Okay. Okay. For clarity, Attorney Shamlin, and I heard what they said about a building, etc., and I respect that issue for them. I'm not asking out of disregard for the issue about losing money for a building or having to, you know, redo the building piece. But I'm asking this for clarity, mostly for the people who have concerns and don't like bases. As I had come to understand the situation around a contract for a charter after we've already approved the charter, minus their building issue, technically they could still operate without the contract. Is this not correct?
Well, I won't speak to what.
I mean, we've had situations. That has been an issue in other instances before, and so I guess what I'm trying to clarify for people who are concerned about bases, and I do appreciate what my other colleague, Mr. Howard, said. We do actually now have a policy in place. I'm not a fan of bases, okay, but but at the same time, the nature of this vote, I think the nature of what this is, I don't see how we can have the application approved but still not work with them on the contract, is what I'm trying to get clarity around, for the sake of those with concerns.
Yeah, I can't speak to the business relationship between bases and potential lenders for a building. That's something that they would have to bring to us and show that there's a need there. I believe that the charter operator is saying that they need a contract in place to secure funding potentially and resources to move ahead with building. I'm assuming that's correct. And it would help them to have that contract put in place tonight or at the latest August. So just to clarify, I believe that is the issue. From a legal standpoint, and as general counsel of the board, the district, I'm going to always say we should have a contract in place with any school, any charter school you authorize as a board. Within a certain period of time, we should have a contract in place with that operator because it formalizes the agreement between the board and the operator, and it sets the parameters for what is expected by each party. So,
because otherwise they would be able to move forward. Otherwise, they would be able to move forward, and it would be more of a gentleman's agreement on how to operate versus something in black and white. If there was no contract approved today, and let's just say magically they had a building regardless of the contract, they would still be able to move forward because we approved them operating. Yes, or am I misunderstanding?
you're correct, but I would advise against that.
I agree that would be wise, but I'm trying to help the people who have concerns about bases understand why, yes, the concerns might be valid, but with this issue, it's not necessarily appropriate not to do the contract. And I don't want to misspeak, so I'm just making sure that my understanding of that is correct. If we don't do the contract, it's nothing saying that the people can't do their school because we have approved them operating. So it's best that we have something in place. We do have a policy now to provide guidance to everybody involved where we can respond appropriately to different things that we find issue with that moving forward. But I just want to make sure that people understand that just because we're voting for the contract doesn't mean that we don't hear their concerns.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I just had a quick question. I know we said earlier, I know they gave us about a rough number. Could you all say that number again? How many people were on the wait list?
About 680.
Okay, do you all know the makeup of the waiting list? Just curious.
It's similar, I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's similar to the enrollment. It pretty much matches the applications, and then after you go through the lottery and get in, the enrollment and the lottery tend to be very similar in terms of demographics.
But for clarification, the wait list is for the existing campus adjacent to the women's campus. When the Mid-City campus is approved and opened, when we do the open enrollment for that one, that'll be a completely separate enrollment application and will be specifically for that school. I would anticipate that we would see a different response to our interest in that campus based on its location alone and the accessibility of that campus to multiple families.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments from the board, Madam Secretary, would you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yay.
Yes.
Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Mr. Gode?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
Ms. Bernard? Ms. Bernard? Mr. Tatman?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard, have we got you back?
I'm sorry, I'm back. Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you. We now move to.
Thank you.
J4, proposed 2021 proposed special revenue fund budget. Mr. Howard, in the interest of my voice box, could I ask you to read this one? Do you have it in front of you?
Give me 1 second. All right, so we are on item number J4. It is a consideration of a request for the approval of the 2020-2021 proposed special revenue budgets. Item number A, proposed 2020-2021 adult and continuing education local, proposed 2021 adult and continuing education federal, proposed 2020-2021 adult and continuing education leadership, proposed 2020-2021 adult and continuing education state, proposed 2020-2021 adult and continuing education parish prison, revised 2019-2020 and proposed 2020-2021 all parish music, proposed 2020-2021 Baton Rouge High Radio Training Program, proposed 2020-2021 Career and Technical Education Program, Education Basic Grant for States, proposed 2020-2021 Child Nutrition Program, proposed revised 1920 and proposed 2021 fitness decathlon and fitness meet, revised 2019-2020 and proposed 2020-2021 EBR kickoff classic, proposed 2020-2021 education excellence funds, proposed 2020-2021 SRE design grant round 2, 1003A, 8300, proposed 2020-2021 SRE design grant round 2 IDEA, proposed 2020-2021 SRE design grant 2 state personnel development grant, proposed 2020-2021 SRE design grant round 2 striving readers comprehensive, proposed 2019 and proposed 2020-2021 high school summer school, proposed 2020-2021 I-Care budget alcohol drug abuse preventive program, proposed 2020-2021 IDEA, proposed 2020-2021 IDEA preschool 619, proposed 2020-2021 Jobs for American Graduates, revised 2019-2020 and proposed 2020-2021 JRAA Athletics, proposed 2020-2021 Magnet School Assistance Project Explorer, proposed 2019-2020 and proposed 2020-2021 Middle School Summer School, revised 2019-2020 and proposed 2020-2021 music instrument user fees, proposed 2020-2021 Proposition 2 tax plan, proposed 2020-2021 Proposition 3 tax plan, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Cecil JP card LA4 TANF, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Cecil JP card LA4 state, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency, Federal CCDF, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Early Childhood Program AG, proposed 2020-2021 pre-K Infant Class Preschool, proposed 2020-21 pre-K tuition local, proposed 2020-21 Every Student Succeeds Act Title I Improving Academic Achievement, proposed 2020-2021 Every Student Succeeds Act Title II Part A, proposed 2020-2021 Every Student Succeeds Act Title III, proposed 2020-21 Every Student Succeeds Act Title III Immigrant, proposed 2020-21 Every Student Succeeds Act Title IV Part A, proposed 2020-2021 Every Student Succeeds Act Title IX Education for Homeless Children and Youth, proposed 2020-2021 Every Student Succeeds Act Direct Student Services, proposed 2020-2021 School Activity Funds, proposed 2020-2021 Strong Start 2020, proposed 2020-2021 Strong Start Incentive Programs. At this time, I will entertain a motion. So moved by Ms. Everly Warren Jackson, and a second. I do not see everyone on my screen, so if you can drop it in the chat, that would be great. Ms. Jill Dyson with the second. So moved by Ms. Evelyn Warren Jackson, second by Ms. Jill Dyson. At this time, we will go to the board. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, we will go to public comment. Mr. Gode, I do not have public comments loaded. I can pull it up. Okay.
I'm trying to get to it. On J4, there are no public comments pertinent to this item.
Thank you. There are no public comments pertinent to this item, so we will go back to the board. Seeing no comments from the board, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
It hasn't shown. No.
What about now?
No.
Nope. Okay.
I just refreshing it. It's not coming on mine either.
Okay, let me try something else. Oh Lord, I just lost it all.
In the spirit of time, can we just do a roll call vote?
We can, but give me 2 seconds because now I've lost board docs altogether.
Getting my mics on.
Can y'all see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lamis,
Yay.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins, Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson, Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Gode,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, now we'll go to item J5, consideration of request to approve the proposed 2020-2021 general fund budget, the budget resolution, and the 2020-2021 salary schedules. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Baloo. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry.
Second by Ms. Bernard. Are there any discussions from the board? Seeing none. Discussions from the public. I do have one comment. And this is from Gary Reese.
Wow.
The transportation budget has been cut nearly 30% in the last 5 years relative to equipment and maintenance. Transportation staff gets texts, emails, calls, etc. from students, parents, school administrators, school board members, and the superintendent's office when children do not get picked up. Many of these conversations are not very pleasant. With continued cuts to the budget, there is very little that can be done to improve. I respectfully request that the board reconsider these cuts to transportation and in fact consider increasing their budget. I fully understand the financial challenges this board is facing and agree that funding the classroom is most important. But if transportation is unable to get students to the classroom in a safe and timely manner, the classroom funding is fully utilized for the educational benefit of all students. Remember, approximately 3 out of 4 students are eligible to ride the bus in EBR. God bless you all. That is the only public comment that I have on this item. I'm gonna reload one last time. And we will go back to the board. Any comments from the board? Ms. Dyson.
I just wanted to say thank you, Gary, for your input. I really do value it. I wish we weren't in these times, and we miss you greatly.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Seeing no other comments, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis,
Yay.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Goday,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tatman.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next is item 6, consideration of a request to adopt a resolution proclaiming the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board commitment to equity and eradicating racism. I will make the motion since it is my resolution. And as I go through this, I understand that for some people this goes too far, and for other people this doesn't go far enough. And so I'm trying to make a statement that everyone at least can give consideration to. So the resolution is as follows.
Mr. Goday, we need a second.
I haven't read the resolution yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll get the second after I read the resolution. The East Baton Rouge Parish School Board Commitment to Equity and Eradicating Racism Resolution. Whereas as school board members, we are committed to actively interrupting systematic racism and eliminating inequities in our education system. Whereas this racism and disregard of human dignity and life reflect and perpetuate a system within which students, families, and staff of color are hindered by both explicit actions as well as barriers caused by unintentional bias. Whereas our community and nation's future requires that this systematic institutional bias be dismantled to promote equity and ensure all children and families are able to thrive. Whereas education is a key lever for creating this more equitable nation and world and a tool for dismantling institutional racism. Whereas our district is committed to promoting equity within and across our schools in conversation and partnerships with students, families, staff, and community stakeholders. Whereas in moving from planning to action, our district is committed to drawing on their perspective and feedback from the collection of diverse voices to identify concrete actions that must be taken to advance this work and continuing to ensure that these voices are elevated in decision-making process. Whereas as a school board district, we value each and every student, family, and staff member and are committed to creating an equitable system without the barriers of institutional racism. Whereas we recognize that the experiences and outcomes in our district are not consistent for historically underserved and marginalized groups. Therefore, be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board that 1, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board commits to its own work as individuals and our collective work overseeing the district and continuing to become equitable in policies and practices that dismantle racism. This will include board member and community participation in the Dialogue on Race original series during the fall of 2020. 2, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board calls on and commits to working with our local government agencies to strengthen the collective work of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our community. Let it be further resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board shall take specific action to revise its governance tools, goals, procedures, and budget to reflect this focus on equity and anti-racism. 1, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board commits to completing a full revision of its strategic plan prior to the commencement of 2021-2022 school year, including holding diversity, equity, and inclusion at the center of this work. These revised goals will allow monitoring and transparency of the process by the board and stakeholders. The East Baton Rouge Parish School Board commits to reviewing and revising all existing school board policies over the course of the 2020-2021 school year, adopting revisions to each as necessary to ensure a focus on equity and on policies and practices that dismantle racism. Hang on, I'm trying to get to, I want to make sure I have the right version. Yes. 3, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board will support the efforts of the district and school administration and staff to incorporate a curriculum that presents an accurate representation of contributions of all cultures and how the concept of race impacts all subjects. 4, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board commits to holding true to these resolutions when reviewing and improving the district budget to ensure adequate funding to support this work. So moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Open for comment. So I think Ms. Dyson, you're first on the list.
That was from the last item. Mr. Blue is first.
Last item, I apologize. Mr. Baloo, is that the correct item?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Mr. Goday, President Goday, I've already spoken with you and told you why I couldn't support the resolution. And there were, I guess, 3 main areas that when I looked at it, I had a problem with. First of all, usually when there's a resolution, it's something that the board has worked on together, or either it's something simple that everybody can agree on. But this covers the budget, it covers strategic planning, it covers curriculum, and as well as policies. It's not something I think can just be put out all in one document to approve without the board working on it together. The second is that last September, the board did work on a statement of principles, which I think this looks like it's a lot, similar type, but framework. But we as a board put together a statement of principles to guide our decision making, and I think unless we're going to change that, we shouldn't be having another resolution that covers the same ground. And then finally, I guess, in terms of the requirement that the board participate in a specific course, I do have a problem with singling out a specific course. If I'm perfectly fine if we want to spend a weekend having a conversation on race, but to identify a provider and have everybody actually attend a course, I object to that. And that's the end of it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Howard.
So thank you, Mr. Goday, for bringing forth this
Excuse me, I'm getting an echo.
Okay, sorry. You still getting an echo?
No.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goday, for bringing forth this resolution. Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson, for your commitment to helping to dig deep on making this more than a document that was not just lip service, but actually had some actionable items behind it that calls for a uncomfortable conversation amongst our board as it relates to race relations. If we are being honest, if we are being transparent as a board, this board is racially fragile. And until we take some intentional motion or intentional actions to deal with the fragile state that we are as a board, as a country, as a community, all we will continue to get is statements and people making statements about equity, and equity not being an action word, but equity just being a word. There are so many people in education that throw out the word equity, and it drives me crazy
as a young Black brother who's had to navigate from a single parent home and oftentimes sits at spaces where I'm not respected as a colleague, as a professional. Like, we have to get past words and honor the truth that so many people are approaching us with. I sit through these meetings oftentimes as a Black man exhausted that I have to show up at a table and tell a colleague how important it is to have a dialogue on race about what's important, and not just a conversation to say that it's a conversation, but a conversation that checks your white privilege when you show up into these spaces. Like, so we have to get past like just these things of like being words and lip service. And I think that it's behooves us as a board to recognize that we are hurt. There are members on this board who are exhausted, and we have to put some outcomes behind the statements to prove that we truly want to work towards progress and unifying this board. Because otherwise we continue to get lip service and there's no real action, and then you just left with that same fragile state that we continue to find ourselves in every single time a racial thing comes up on this board. So we have to do better. I implore you guys to support the recommendation as the resolution as is, so that we can start the healing process and be a pilot to what can happen in this country if we truly want to grow. And the way we grow is by being comfortable, being uncomfortable, so that we can grow and progress as a board. So I thank you, Mr. Gode. I thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson, for bringing this forth. And I hope that we can support this with the tangible, actionable steps that are included in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis?
Yes, sir. 1 second. Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you all for bringing this resolution forward. I think it's much needed. I just hate the fact that it took all of this for us to get something like this on the table, for our community to go through all of the things it's been through over the course of the last month just to get this document up. But what I will say is, you know, I'm not against the document. I feel as though it just doesn't go enough. There's not enough teeth in it, and with some real actionable items. I would love to have seen things such as cultural competency talked about inside of this resolution as it regards our students, because that's one of the key issues that we have, is that there's not enough appreciation inside of our classrooms for students of color. And I think that we need to start exhibiting and expressing those things more. Cultural relevance, cultural competence, so that our teachers understand the level of students and the population of students that they're serving. These things speak towards anti-racism as it regards policy. And I think one of the single largest policies that we need to eradicate that we're not talking about tonight is the way that we go about selecting our board leadership. That is one of the most marginalized policies that we currently have, because what it does is it isolates the voices of the people who don't have the votes to continue to vote themselves in. When you look at the historic history of our board, we've only had, 3 to 4 people of color that served as our board president. I think that is ridiculous. And the reason why that is in place is because we just simply don't have the votes. And, you know, the way that you get the votes is you have to compromise on certain things. And I don't think that that's fair. When you look at other districts, neighboring districts, they don't do it that way. What they do is they alternate. If one year a Republican serves as president, the next year a Democrat will serve as a president. And I think that that's the way that it should be done. It shouldn't be done simply based off of how many votes you have on your one particular side. I think it needs to be fair and balanced. And I think that is a policy that we need to make sure that we not only talk about, but put real action behind, so that we can begin to balance on our board and fix a lot of the problems. I think that's one of the single biggest issues and policies that we have, and we need to eradicate it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Gode. I would also like to thank the members of a committee that basically is comprised of district administrators and higher ed at the table as well. Dr. Jose Aviles, Vice President of Enrollment in management at LSU. Dr. Sue Weinstein from LSU, Distinguished Professor of English. Dr. Tim Mall, Chief of Staff at LADOE. Lisa Tier, Executive Director of Serve Louisiana. Dr. Lisa Delpit, Maxine Crump, Executive Director, Founder of Dialogue on Race, and Dr. Katara Williams, Chief of Staff at Southern University. I basically walked up on this committee last fall, and they were planning a day of dialogue on race and education. And I sat in on the meetings and became very engaged in this because I think some of you know for years I've been talking about us having the need to engage in dialogue on race. As the education institution here, I believe that education is the foundation for all learning. And we have a lot of things, not just in the local community that some disturbing events or just the temperature here, you know, is not getting any better. And I've said this for a few years that we needed to look into this so that we could be part of change here in Baton Rouge, and also be an example, you know, in the nation. We're not unique in this area. There are many other areas, many other cities that and school districts that I believe really should engage in this kind of dialogue so that we can understand one another a lot better. I went through this series, just the original series of dialogue, and I have to admit that when I went out, you know, I was a little nervous because that conversation, you know, can be, I thought, you know, would be kind of difficult. But I can tell you from my experience that it's very disarming, and you know, everyone's voices are heard and understood, and it's very well worth every second of our time. And I believe that being engaged with other educators, this is, you know, we were not just looking at K-12, you know, we're looking at higher ed and also involving other peer groups in education to come and have a conversation around this. I think it's very important that we engage in this, and I want to thank Mr. Godet for bringing this forward. What we did, what I did was took the resolution to the group and had them really examine it and take out some things that seemed to be just a little bit divisive, you know, a few terms in there. And we also wanted to put some action into the school year, especially, you know, since we've had so many strange things happen in the last few months. And as far as the curriculum goes, you know, we're not looking to, you know, completely change the curriculum. You know, we spoke with people on the staff about ways that we can implement some things in the curriculum or some styles of teaching that would not cost the district anything, and just basically enhancing the curriculum. And there was something else in here that someone spoke about that I wanted to address. I can't think of what it is now, but we basically want to put some action into our words. Often we do a resolution, we read it, we approve it, and we keep going. Every year in January, a resolution comes forward about Black History Month, And in February, our kids are, they're looking for the information. They go and they do the research and all of that during that 1 month. There are lots of times during the school year that our kids can learn more about their history and culture, and not only all cultures, and I believe it's important that we understand that a lot of things have been left out of history. And if our kids, especially with the demographics that we have, really understood everything that they have contributed as a people to our state, our country, I believe that a lot of our kids would develop a lot more pride and get a sense of purpose and have some passion about learning and getting to the goals that we have for them. So I'm hoping that this board will just for a little while, get out of your comfort zone and take a step forward and participate in this, not just pass this and don't participate, because the original purpose was to have one large meeting in the fall, and then we were going to break up into the 9 districts that our board represents and engage in a dialogue on race and have people from those districts actually invite board members to attend, because we need to be there. I mean, we're leaders in education, whether we want to admit that or not, and I believe that it should come from the top. And we are the Board of Education here in this district, and we have a lot of influence on the rest of the city. I believe this is very important, and this will touch a lot of lives and for a very long time. It's time for us to start teaching more about what the contributions are. We're just finding things out about hidden figures, and I believe that our kids need to know this. Many adults don't know accurate history. We've gotten in a lot of trouble just recently with some wrong remarks about history coming from the top, coming from our board. So I believe that we need to get some really good education, and our kids really need this. Families here need this. So I'm hoping that this resolution will pass without any opposition, and that we will have the participation that is so much needed and our kids deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Collins.
So I just want to say, Mr. Ballou, I hear your concerns. I want to say to the broader public, sometimes people think that racism only impacts the perceived oppressed group. Racism impacts all of us negatively. And that's one reason why it's important for us to hear each other. If we can't hear each other for the sake of the other person, we need to at least hear each other for the sake of ourselves, whoever that may be. Racism is a tool of distraction. It's not the ultimate real issue. And it's important to have those conversations. And we can't have those conversations. Racism is such an effective tool of division. No, we cannot sit in a room with each other and just talk. It's not going to work. It's not going to be productive. It has to be facilitated. And what I can say about dialogue on race is it works to create a safe space. It works to make sure that people understand when I say racism, or you say racism, this is what we mean. Because right now, especially in the tumultuous times in this nation, racism means different things to different people, even amongst the same race. And so it's important that we have a facilitated conversation, and dialogue on race is a proven program. So yes, we do. I mean, this is a very sensitive subject matter, and I'm passionate about it. I hope it don't sound like I'm fussing, because I'm not trying to fuss, Brother Baloo. I'm not. What I'm saying is an important conversation to have. We have to have something facilitated. I hope that you trust me when I tell you I have participated in it myself, and I have been a facilitator myself, and amongst Black and white. I'm not just saying it from the perspective of an African American female. Amongst Black and white, the safe is space. The space that is provided is safe. Now, are emotions high right now with lots of us? Yes. Okay. But the dialogue on race technique and the program does work. It is effective. And I'm asking board member to board member that you give it one try at least to see. You don't have to answer today, even if your vote is against this resolution. When the meetings are planned, if you could just consider at least coming to that first one to see. Please don't shut yourself off. And any other of my other colleagues who are not feel uneasy. I know me personally, I do have very strong feelings, but I have no interest in going into this, making anybody feel guilty, shaming anybody, etc., because that doesn't allow for people to grow. It doesn't give people space to grow. I don't need anybody to feel guilty. I don't need anybody to feel bad. Even if I call you out and say you're wrong, in my opinion, on something, it's not for you to feel bad. It is to create awareness. So again, I hope that people really try to be open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Are there any other comments from the board before I go to the public? Seeing none, I'm going to refresh one last time and then read the comments. One is from Dr. Vicky Auguste, East Baton Rouge. Thank you, Superintendent Drake, President Goday, Vice President Howard, and fellow board members, allowing me to make a comment regarding the EBR School Board commitment to equity and eradicating racism resolution. The drafting of the resolution appears to address much needed areas. However, I hope that the board will take into consideration the input of all staff members and directors, supervisors, and our school administrators. Please note that it is imperative that you include all employees' feedback when revising the board governance tools. Moving forward, especially with a new superintendent, the school system must address the toxic environment that exists within the system and the lack of valuable input from employees that are not in a position of authority. I got to scroll down here. The next comment comes from Marcy Fraser. As leader of the Political Action Committee formed to recall Connie Bernard, I'm asking for this resolution to be passed with funding and training for training in positions that could actually be covered with Title II funds, preparing and training high-quality teachers and administrators. Racism is a very serious occurrence in our schools and our board. Teachers and administrators cannot fully serve students unless they have anti-racism training and positions created to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. Training is regularly delivered. An additional piece to this is we have school board members who perpetuate racism, and I'm going to stop at that point. Michael Hernandez, I assume the EBR school board will support the commitment to equity and eradicating racism, but will that commitment extend to postponing in-person learning until such time as scientific consensus deems safe? I'll skip the rest of that since it's not germane to the subject. From Anna Marie Blank, PSN would like to see the resolution expanded to include equity audits of the system at a minimum of twice per year. The document specifically mentions the 2021 school year. However, inequity is an ongoing issue that must be continually monitored in order to achieve the goal of universal and ongoing equity across the system. With regard to reviewing and revising all existing school board policies, we ask that you take specific action to include a policy on supplier diversity. The current process for getting contracts with EBR schools does not proactively seek out or encourage businesses owned and operated by people of color, specifically Black-owned businesses. All existing and future contracts with EBR parish school boards should include specific actions to guarantee racial diversity in the selection process. Existing contracts not meeting this requirement will not be renewed, and new contract requests will be rejected. Please add this language to the resolution. From La Porsche Kenosha, the resolution sounds good, but when are we going to act? First, let's start with Gode. I'm going to skip the rest of that. Secondly, have we fired a teacher that pulled, this is getting, okay. Where we, the board, don't value every student, parent, or teacher of color. This is getting personal, so I'm going to skip it. Lajune Harris, the resolution reads well. We're at a time when empty gestures no longer satisfy our community. Action speaks louder than words. A start would be to rename Lee High School to Pinchback High School. I sincerely wish to see this board act according to this written resolution and remove persons from boards and administration who do not move in the spirit of this resolution. My comments on renaming Lee were not read and they were not submitted anonymously. Interesting, the public comment periods are closed before even comments were discussed. Sorry about that. We closed them at the beginning of the comment. From June Conti, as a member of the South Louisiana Coalition on Education, I'm excited about the resolution as an actionable steps toward creating equitable education opportunities for Black students in EBR. However, the resolution does not talk about how it will support teachers and help them in their pursuit to be equitable educators. The resolution needs to outline professional development opportunities in diversity, equity, and inclusion that the district will provide teachers. While we have many white teachers who teach predominantly Black students in a district with 81% Black students who have no idea of how to approach race in the classroom, these teachers don't know how to support their students of color, therefore making it an inequitable and hostile environment for Black students. Professional development surrounding equity and help teachers unpack biases they may have toward marginalized students, especially ELL and LGBTQ students. Jasmine Pogue, while I commend the board for taking this up and hopefully approving, I realize that while sitting through this meeting, this board is not planning to do anything about racial equity. When I first read this resolution, I was certain it would do nothing to improve EBR schools, and I started to get my hope after I saw others excited about the resolution. But after this long meeting, the last long meeting, and the way members of the board completely disregard the rename of formerly named Lee High School, and the way the board disregarded putting any racial or socioeconomic measures on basis. Let's hope I am wrong, but I do not believe this resolution will do anything. From Ann Patton, there's literally nothing to lose by board members to participate in dialogue on race. More cultural relevance and curriculum and educators is the foundation of inclusive education in our district. And that closes the public comments. So I've lost track of where we are. I think Mr. Ballou, you're up.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to restate I'm not at all uncomfortable about having a conversation. Perfectly willing to do that, but as my colleagues have made clear, it's not. I said it's it's more than a conversation, and I'll restate my problem with identifying a specific course, and it sounds like what we're talking about here is more about re-education. In terms of action, I'm all for that. The resolution calls for eradicating racism, and the document repeatedly uses terms like systemic racism and institutional racism without defining it. So I don't know how we're going to eliminate it without knowing what it is. So I think that's where we have to start, so that we can even know that we're actually eliminating it. So, that's the only two comments I needed to make. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Collins. Okay, Mr. Lannis.
I was just gonna say, you said you caught me typing. I was gonna leave it in the thing, but since you called my name, I was just gonna say respectfully, Mr. Ballou, that's the whole point of the dialogue on race process, so that we can be on the same page when we saying race, eliminate, so that's the point, for us to just know what we mean when we say it. So I just wanted to say I agree respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you, President Gode. I just had a quick question, or more or less of a concern. I was wondering why all the comments are not being made. I mean, are not being read.
I've been refreshing right before I go to public comments, and any comments that come after I've refreshed the system, they're too late. I mean, we can't keep the comment session open forever. And so as we do at the board meetings, when the comments are done, the comments are done.
So no comments were skipped? That's the bigger question. Were any comments skipped over?
Comments that came in after I closed for that item, yes. Because I closed them as we did that item, and comments can still come in on other items or as we do other items, but I am not receiving them while we're on that item. So okay. I don't know the thing where the system is delaying. I've had some people say that they sent something a little bit before, a little bit after 8 o'clock, but it's time stamped on my machine here at 8:40. So I don't know if there's a time delay or not, but we can't continually go back and reopen comments on items that we've passed over and passed through.
I was just asking because there were several people that were reaching out saying their comments were skipped over completely, like you started to read it and then you skipped it. So I was just trying to verify because I didn't want us to get in any trouble concerning that matter.
I am, we have a board policy about being respectful. And when some of the comments get very personal and call out different people on the board in a personal manner, I am skipping those comments.
Understandable. I'll just say at one of our meetings, you read every comment, even the ones that were about you that were disrespectful. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was a mistake, and I will not do that same mistake again. We have to maintain some level of decorum in these meetings, and being on the internet is too easy to put very disrespectful things. And so I will be careful about reading those, and I will read comments that are not personally attacking or disrespectful to the board members. Ms. Ware Jackson. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I'm muted now. It wasn't taking. There were a couple of comments about some things that people thought should be added to the resolution. One was around contracts and things of that nature, having equity in some of the contracts that we're doing, and also around curriculum and other participation of staff. I think we were very broad in numbers 4 and 5, so that those types of things could be added or could be included. We didn't give a long laundry list of things, but we did say that the board would be committed to reviewing and revising existing board policies over the course of the 2021 school year. Now, not saying that we would cut off everything, and this is not just for 2021. This is where we would begin our work, and just so people know that we can add the things that they were talking about can be incorporated into our action as we support the administration in helping to implement these things. Thank you, Mr. Gaudet.
Any other comments from any other board members? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Mr. Blue.
No.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes.
Mr. Howard.
Yes.
Ms. Collins.
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. Dyson.
No.
Mr. Gaudet.
Yes.
Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Mr. Tatman. Mr. Tatman. The motion carries.
Next, we move on to item 7, litigation. Consideration of request for the approval of the recommendation from Mr. Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish Public School Board, in the following manners. A, Treesan Prater, individually and on behalf of her minor, versus Berkeley Insurance Company, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, and Cassandra L. Williams, suit number 664147, section 22, 19th JDC, East Baton Rouge Parish. And B, Matthew Crutchfeld versus Mildred Gibbs and the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, suit number 665872, section 26, 19th JDC, East Baton Rouge Parish. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Ballou, second by Ms. Ware Jackson. Any comments from the board? I lost my comment screen here. Seeing none, any comments from the audience? I have no comments on this subject, I do not believe. Back to the board. Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue.
Yes.
Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
Mr. Howard.
Yes.
Ms. Collins.
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
Mr. Gaudet.
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman, Mr. Tapman. Motion carries.
Thank you. We go to item J8. Consideration of request for the approval of the actual December 2019 semi-annual financial plan update and the revised 2019-2020 tax plan budgets for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Dyson. Do I have a second? I will second. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, I have no pertinent comments from the public. I'll refresh one more time. Back to the board. Any comments from the board? Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Lannis,
Yay.
Mr. Howard,
Yes.
Ms. Collins,
Yay.
Ms. Ware Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
Mr. Gode,
Yes.
Ms. Bernard,
Yes.
Mr. Tapman. Motion carries.
Thank you. Last but not least, number 9, J9, Oversight Committee modifications. Consideration of request to modify a plan to improve facilities, technology, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System tax plan to delay the start of the Broadmoor Middle Site Project program to be determined until such time that funds are available. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Ware Jackson. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Ballou. Any discussion, comments? Mr. Howard.
Yeah, I just want to have a quick point of clarity. I know that we went to oversight to ask for modification because of there being a decline in cash flows, primarily because of the money that's coming in through COVID. But I would like for some, and they don't even have to, well, I guess maybe it needs to happen now. If they could just talk about like what are the implications of that? Like, so if we're pushing this or delaying this particular project, what I see is if I'm a phase 10 school, or a year 10 school, if we're pushing something else back, that means that we're pushing additional schools down. Can someone clarify what's happening with the timeline of schools within the tax plan if we have to push this one back because of cash flow? I don't know if that's Miss Lopez, Mr. Crochet. I don't know who that belongs to.
Yes, sir. Good evening. And yes, this is coming through oversight, and as a direct result of the COVID impact to our revenues based on our current projections. And so there's basically not enough cash flow to start both the Broadmoor site and the Buchanan UT simultaneously. So with the most recent revenue projections we provided to CSRS, what they're saying is if these revenue projections don't change, we may be good for 5 years now, the first 5 years. So that being said, they are going to change. I mean, we just hope they're going to change for the better. So, but that's the most current information we have right now. So.
Thank you, Mr. Crochet. That just gives me concern. I know that this is uncertain as it relates to revenue projections and money that is coming in, but I foresee it being a long-term issue, which is why I think it's, again, Ms. Lopez is working on this for me, important to see budget forecasting even in the midst of a pandemic, because I think that we set ourselves up for failure to not deliver on our tax plan in the ways that we say we would when we're pushing stuff back and delaying projects, and we still haven't figured out what Broadmoor is going to even be as it relates to what type of programming. So I just think that we put ourselves in a bind when we don't have long-term strategy related to how we're utilizing money, specifically this pot of money, because it comes specifically from a proposed tax plan that people voted on and approved. So I, again, just encourage us to do a better job at forecasting, do a better job at least providing some insight as to what happens now that this project is delayed with the rest of the projects. Because I have schools that are like at 8, 9, and 10 who are looking like, wait, what does that mean for us? So that's my concern. Thanks.
Mr. Lannis?
Yes, Mr. Crochet, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So just quick question. This delay, this won't throw off the University Buchanan, University Terrace and Buchanan project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I was just asking because the last thing I wanted to see happen was that that project gets delayed, because I know that project is directly affects McKinley High School being rebuilt, and I know they have been waiting for this thing to go through for a very, very long time. So I just had that concern, but if it doesn't affect that or disrupt that, then okay.
Yes, and that was the issue, is that we couldn't, there's not enough funding right now based on these projections to run both of those projects concurrently. And so since Broadmoor, it has not been decided upon yet as to what is going to happen. And like you just mentioned, McKinley is tied into those two projects as well. So this is a recommendation from administration and via Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, I have no comments from the public on this item. I'm going to refresh one last time. Back to the board. Any comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Mr. Blue?
Yes.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay.
Mr. Howard? Mr. Howard?
Abstain.
Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins? Ms. Ware Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
Mr. Goday?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman? The motion carries.
Thank you. And thank you, board members and public, for sticking with us through this long meeting. Next, we go to the announcement of meetings. The next meeting will be the Committee of the Whole meeting to be held on August 6, 2020 at 5 p.m. Location to be determined, and the regular board meeting to be held August 20, 2020 at 5 p.m. Location to be determined. And with that, thank you for all of your patience, and this meeting is adjourned.